across 10 major themes. Dynamic sessions, keynote speeches, and engaging discussions can be expected. Annamalai University, founded in 1949 by the visionary Dr. Raja Sir Annamalai, stands as a beacon of excellence in education and innovation. With a formidable presence in higher education, the university offers diverse programs including arts and science, engineering, medicine, and agriculture. Beyond academics, the institution takes pride in its rich cultural heritage, fostering a harmonious environment on its campus, which is a melting pot of culture. The Department of Earth Sciences, established in 1953, is a cornerstone of exploration, discovery, and understanding. Initially offering a 3-year bachelor degree program in geology, it has evolved into the Department of Earth Sciences since 2002, offering various geosciences programs. Led by eminent figures such as T.N. Ramasamy Muthu Iyer, Dr. T. Rajagopalan, Dr. P. Narasimha Rao, the department is known for its academic prowess and commitment to the real-world application. Annamalai University remains dedicated to research and innovation, evident in its numerous centers of excellence and research initiatives. It continues to be a place where the mysterious of our planet unfolds, fostering an environment where the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. Let us take a moment to center our thoughts, express gratitude, and offer silent prayers for a successful and fruitful conference ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to rise for Tamil Thai Varthu and Arasar Varthu.
நீராடும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெடிடொழுகும் சீராரும் மதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிச்சிறந்த திராவிடனர் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மனுக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறமியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே 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 தில்லை பதியுடையார் சிற்றம்பலம் தன்னில் அல்லும் பகலும் நின்று ஆடுகின்றார் எல்லை கண் அண்ணாமலை மண் அமைத்த கலைக்கழகம் கண்ணார கண்டு களித்து நில்லாத செல்வத்தை நிலைக்கச் செய்தான் நீங்காத கலை புரட்சி நிரம்பச் செய்தான் கல்லாத இனமெல்லாம் கற்க வைத்தான் காணாத பெரும் கழகம் கலத்து வைத்தான் இல்லாத புலவர்களை இருப்போராக்கி இணையாத தமிழ் புகழை ஈட்டிக் கொண்டான் வெல்லாத செயலில்லை என்று போற்ற விளங்கியவன் மண் அண்ணாமலையன் வாழ்க மணி காட்டும் கோபுரம்
Please be seated. The newest steward of our academic journey, I invite Dr. R.S. Kumar, our Head of Department and Director of Center for International Relations, Annamalai University, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear student friends, in the year of commemorating 8th Remembrance Day of our third founder, it is an occasion to remember our founder by the way of keeping silence for 8 seconds. With the permission of our Thank you very much. Please be seated. Very good morning to one and all. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the 39th Convention on Indian Association of Sedimentologists, an international conference on voice of sedimentology from the mountains to ocean, an innovative trajectory. On behalf of the Department of Earth Science and my own behalf, I welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, a man of humble but a son of simple, a man of academic and research by his dynamic, and a symbol of our former founder Raja Sir Annamalai. I always admired him by his administration and see him as the fourth founder of this university by his vision and mission to take this university to a new height. In the past 2 years, in his regime as a Vice Chancellor, he has taken this university to the next level of height. We are thankful to this wonderful man from the soil, son of soil, and who has brought a great law to this university. Sir, we welcome you, sir. On behalf of the Department of Earth Science and my own, it's a great endeavor that I welcome our alumni, Professor Ganapathy Shanmugam, University of Texas, USA, for accepting to deliver convention address. It's a great privilege. We have here alumni across the globe. As a geologist, every continent is having a alma mater from this department. And one of the greatest personality is with us. Sir, we welcome you. We have a guest of honor from the University of Geneva. It's a great pleasure to welcome Professor Daniel. In spite of different hazards, different obstacles, he is with us. Welcome you, sir. And we have a President, Indian Association of Sedimentologists, Professor Naik. Sir, thank you very much for being with us. And we have Dr. Brinda Devi, IAS, but due to the official program, she is not with us, though she is engaged in government programs. We also welcome, because she has conveyed her regret, on the same time her wishes are with us. And we would like to give thanks and welcome to Dr. Brinda. We have our wonderful man who is always supporting us, Dr. V. Ramasamy, Dean Faculty of Science and our university, is with us, who is the backbone and supporting this conference. We welcome you, sir, for this conference. And I would like to invite and welcome all my colleagues, my organizing secretaries, and the student friends. It's as a petrologist, when I was introducing myself as a petrologist, they asked what type of petrology you are. Igneous, metamorphic, sedimentary. I'm basically an igneous petrologist. But one thing I have a concern is that the petrologist plays a vital role to discover the sediments. Either it's voice from mountain to ocean or from ocean to mountain. Chicken out of egg or egg out of chicken. A query comes. So the great question is that as a chairman of 70 years of old Geo House, our department, I have a dream tool to make this house to become a heaven. To set vision and mission for our department, to develop outcome-based curriculum, to develop a roadmap to make this Geo House to become self-reliant, to extend research activities to the benefit of neighborhood stakeholders, to create world-class rock museum. Once again, I would like to welcome you all. We have our controller with us, though our examinations are going on. Sir, Professor Prakash is with us. We welcome you also, sir, to this house. And I welcome our professor from Civil Engineering, head of the department, and all our PROs, sir. We welcome you all, sir, to this wonderful gathering. I once again, on the behalf of Department of Earth Science, I welcome the national and international participants. In spite of various difficulties, you have reached over here. This is a wonderful place. You will be enjoying these 3 days here, and we are going to have wonderful field trips. And our organizers, they have meticulously worked out, and really you are going to feel the heaven in Chidambaram, Annamalai Nagar. So I welcome you all to this place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious reception. Bringing with it the warmth of tradition and radiation of hope, let us commence our gathering with a spirit of positivity, shared knowledge, and cultural richness. May I request our esteemed dignitaries, guests, and all present here to kindly step forward and collectively illuminate the Kutuvilakku, signifying our shared commitment.
லீவில் இருக்கு அப்படிங்க ஒன்றும் பார்த்து இங்கேருந்து நேரம் போனா
Correct.
Incoming voice call from Ilan.
தம்பி சைடில் வந்துங்க தம்பி
சிவா சைட்
அண்ணா எனக்கு பேக் வந்துண்ணே ஓகே
சார் ரெடி அப்போ தேங்க்யூ
லைவில் போகுதுங்க சார்
Thank you, everyone.
அதுக்காக ரூட்டில் படித்து போனதில்லை
I invite Dr. T. Ramkumar, a former professor and head of department, former director for International Relations, Annamalai University, and esteemed advisor of IAS 2023, Annamalai University, to share a few words about the conference.
Most respected Chancellor, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, young researchers, student friends, good morning to every one of you. So if you talk about the conference and the concept of the conference or the theme of the conference, the sediments are a fundamental and integral part of Earth system. It makes the Earth system. It is a component of the Earth system without which we cannot study the Earth. It serves as a substrate for the plant and animal to exist. It is a source of mineral resource. Under this pretext, the journey of sediments from its place of origin to the present day location spanning millions of years is significant. So considering this vital significance of the sediments, the program is designed. The 39th Convention of Indian Association of Sedimentologists and the International Conference on Voyage of Sediments from Mountains to Ocean and Innovative Trajectory aims to cover and understand the journey of sediments over the periods. The role of sediments as a substrate for plant and animal and mineral resources. The sediments are the storehouse of records of the past events, especially the climatic changes and the changes which are occurring in chemically as well as its physical nature. Considering these important, the present international conference is designed to discuss the journey of the sediments under 10 different subtopics. It includes the ancient earth, forces beneath the earth, life through the earth, journey of the sediments from land to sea, that is, the ocean mystery, which includes the other dynamics of the sediments in the ocean, shaping the present, what is called as the modern sedimentary process. The treasure of the earth, we call them as the mineral resources. The earth vulnerability, that is, it is subject to the environmental conditions it is undergoing and changes, it is being reflected in the sedimentology. The chemical clues inside the sediment geochemistry and the cutting edges in sedimentology is the futuristic science in the field of sedimentology. The conference has attracted scientists across the world and India. 172 research articles were received and the 87 papers will be presented in this conference besides 43 poster presentations. Apart from this, the organizing committee has meticulously planned for 17 theme-oriented invited lectures by distinguished and eminent scientists. The conference includes 2 workshops in the field of sedimentology and also two post-session sedimentological field visits. The Indian Association of Sedimentology is keen in promoting the scientific temper among the young researchers by means of awarding Young Sedimentologist Award for the best paper presented by the young sedimentologists. The best poster presentation is also a part of this conference. These are all the few highlights of the 3 days important international conference. I am sure the deliberation in this conference will certainly make the younger generation to lead further in the field of sedimentology in the right direction. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your promising and heartening introduction, sir. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor R.M. Kadriusan, an eminent academic in wheat science with 36 years in teaching and research, he pioneered innovative agricultural approaches such as integrated fish, rice, poultry farming. I invite Dr. R.M. Kadriusan for inaugural address.
Good morning, all of you. A warm welcome to Annamalai University, Chidambaram. Dr. Daniel, Dr. Shanmugam, Dr. Nayak, and my beloved colleagues, Dr. R.S. Kumar, Dr. Ram Kumar, Dr. Ramsan, and Dr. Vasudeva, Control of Examination, Protocol Officer, PRO, my secretary. Most importantly, the faculty members and the very important, preferred, beloved guests who are the delegates from outside the university from within India and from both outside the country. First, let me thank you all for making it possible to attend this conference amidst the climate and weather related disturbances we have. The airport in Chennai is closed, and though it puts some added difficulties to access this point of the conference, I feel that in a way this has focused the climate related disturbances that we may have to face in future. When I was looking into the title of the conference, Sedimentology from Ocean, Mountain to Oceans, I'm basically from agriculture side. Something came up in my mind, and I was thinking what am I to talk about sedimentology, but I have some points to raise. Before that, let me present to you the significance of this location and the significance of this university. This university was the second university started in the state and 15th university started in the whole of the subcontinent of India. About 100 years back, 1929, by a philanthropist who saw that this is the most disadvantaged and backward locations in socio-economic parameters. And to lit up the life of rural poor, education is a must. And he established this university here. And this university has around, at present, grown by leaps and bounds, and it has 10 faculties: engineering, agriculture, medicine, dentistry, arts, science, education, Indian languages, fine arts. In total, marine sciences, we have 10 faculties and 55 departments. And one of the biggest university in the country, around 20,000 students on campus and 100,000 students in the affiliated colleges, another 100,000 students in distance education mode. And we serve the real purpose and cause of education by admitting significantly almost half of the population of the students with socially disadvantaged segment of the society from the most backward communities from the rural areas. And not only that, we have almost equal proportion of girl students with boys. Then, with regard to the excellence and quality of education, our publication, research publication by our beloved colleagues, we have second highest H index and citations in the state. So that way this university is serving a good cause, and I am happy that the Department of Earth Sciences, I remember it is Professor Muthuswamy, I have not seen him, but Professor Rajagopal, I have seen him because he was serving at his latter part in another part of this country at Alagappa in Karaikudi. I have met him there. I hail from Karaikudi. So Professor Rajagopal, I have seen him, and then Professor Narasimha Rao is very much acquainted with me because he was serving the institution when I joined the service of this university. So this department has had a long tradition of serving the good cause of science and education. And I should congratulate the department in general and in particular Professor R.S. Kumar, Professor Ram Kumar, Professor Vasudevan and Selvaraj and others, his team, for coming out with a nice international conference after a long break. Because we have had a corona which made most of the meetings online, and participation in person was slightly dwindling, and now I could see quite a lot of faculties and guests and delegates from outside the campus. That's a good thing. This should be taken as a model, and those who are organizing conferences from outside the earth sciences in other departments should follow this model. I congratulate once again the organizers. And when I was looking into the topic, see, this is a disadvantaged part of the country, and in general, I remember once I was in California as a Rotary ambassador, and one elite lady from US in California was asking me in 1997, I remember, what is that you have achieved in India after 50 years of Indian independence? Then I said, the American land mass is 900 million hectares. The Indian land mass is 300 million hectares. But in 1997, the population of India was 900 million and the population of America was 300 million. I told them, with 1/3 of your land area, we are producing enough food for 3 times the bigger population. That is the achievement we have done. And even today, with less than 5% of the land mass in the whole world, and with less than 3% of the water resources in the world, the country is producing enough food for 17% of the world population. So we are leading in food production, so to say. We cater to 17% of the world population with less than 5% of land mass and with less than 3% of water resources. So that is the significance of agriculture, and I would like to quote Mahatma Gandhi in telling that Indian agriculture is not mass production, but it is production by masses. Indian agriculture is not mass production, but it is production by masses. We have segmented pieces of land with average land holding. I had been in California where the average land holding is 5,000 hectares. Thousands of hectares. But in India, the average land holding is 2 hectares. Less than 2 hectares. With this much of a smaller land holding, our farmers are producing enough food. And I would like to present to you one question. See, this particular tract, we say this is Kaveri Delta. We have a river called Kaveri that originates from the neighboring state Karnataka and flows through the entire Tamil Nadu. And that is called the river delta, Kaveri river delta. And in this river delta, earlier, my forefathers have been growing 3 crops of rice, because you know rice loves water. Rice grows in standing water. So 3 crops of rice. Plentiful production was there. But slowly, Karnataka expanded its command area over rice production. And they were not releasing water from the dams. So water receipt here has come down. And the number of crops has been reduced to 1 crop. And that too at the vagaries of monsoon. You could see today, yesterday and day before, we have had nearly 40 centimeters of rain. And as I was telling you, I was in California, where the annual rainfall is 250 millimeters. But we had 450 millimeters in one day. You can imagine how much the rain is. The annual rainfall in California is 250 millimeters for 1 year, but here in one day we had 450 millimeters. So these types of vagaries, then there will be a flash flood which will wash away the crop, and the crop will be entirely swallowed, and the farmers with less than 2 hectares, you can imagine their plight. And where I am linking this sedimentology to this crop production is, earlier we were not using much of fertilizers and pesticides. The crop was growing all the more better, with quality of products, more of organic in nature. The reason was, the river Kaveri was flowing across from the mountains of Coorg down to the plains of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and that water was fertile with rich sediments and organic debris. So the soil, the entire Kaveri Delta, including our part, were rich in organic matter. Our soil was having nearly 0.7 to 0.9% of organic matter 30-40 years back. 30-40 years back, our soil was having more than 0.7 to 0.9% of organic matter. What has happened? Karnataka has raised dams across the river. And when you construct a dam across the river, the sediments get settled down in the dam site. And only the sterile water flows, not a fertile water. And thereby, the soil in this tract, Kaveri River Delta, has come down to 0.25 and less than 0.25% of organic matter. So in this 0.25, less than 0.25% of organic matter, the fertility of the soil is lost. The soil doesn't have fertility. You may have to necessarily add fertilizer to make it productive. Then when you add fertilizer, naturally the pests are attracted. Then you have to use a pesticide to save the crop. And that is how the organic nature of production systems in this river delta has changed to inorganic mode of production. So I feel it will be better. Let it be interdisciplinary science. The science cannot converge on a particular point. It has to diverge in different dimensions and cover different aspects. How sedimentology can help? Of course, yours is a basic research. You may have so many different depths of research into sedimentology, but one applied field can be, how is that we are going to enhance the sediment content of the river flowing in spite of dams built across. That was one point that came to my mind. I can discuss in this forum because we were all sedimentologists with rich experience. So this is going to answer, and I used to read, if at all there is going to be a next world war, that is going to be because of sharing of river water. And is it not right on our part to think about how to improve the systems in spite of the odds that we face? There is no way that we can dispense with tidal power and dams being built across rivers. But how are we to help the other hand, the other side of the coin, namely the farming production sites, in spite of all these dams and other things? Is that can be an answer from sedimentology, or is it away from sedimentology? So that is one point that we may have to think about, and it would be much easier when titles are coined. Say for example, there is a very good title, Sedimentology from Mountains to Ocean. We also include scope for bringing in related science like maybe engineering, civil engineering professor and HODs here, from engineering side, from agriculture side, from other sciences, related sciences, so that some useful output flows through this conference. So this is what I wanted to share, and I am happy to inaugurate the conference. There will be very fruitful discussion throughout these 2 days, because I could see quite a lot of participants from outside the campus. That's a good thing. And for those who are coming from outside the state, from within India, just one word of significance of this city. This is the abode of dancing Lord Nataraj, and you have Shiva worshipped in the form of 5 elements: earth, wind, fire, sky, and this is the place where Shiva is worshipped in the form of sky. And dancing Lord Nataraj, I used to talk about Lord Nataraj and his dance. The only place where you can have idol worship of Lord Shiva is here. Everywhere else, where you go, you will have only the linga, not the idol of Lord Shiva. And here is the only place where you can have idol worship of Lord Shiva. And I used to say that this has a much relevance to science, in the sense, Frigid Capra, an Austrian, born Austrian and a scientist, Nobel laureate from University of California, Davis. He has written series of chapters on quantum physics that fetched him the Nobel Prize. And in his series of chapters, in his 17th chapter, he elaborates that the movement of the God's particle inside the atom, the revolution, is exactly similar to the posture of dance by Lord Nataraj. It is not myself or any Indian making the reference. It is Pritchett Capra making the reference about Lord Nataraja in quantum physics. And that is why the statue of Lord Nataraja is gifted to Center for European Research on Nuclear Physics in Zurich, Switzerland. So you have the statue in front of CERN in Zurich. So this is a very nice place to have darshan of Lord Nataraj. Enjoy your stay, enjoy the conference. Wish you all good luck and success. Thank you.
A sincere and heartfelt thank you for our esteemed Vice Chancellor for gracing us with his insightful inaugural address. Before we proceed further, it is our distinct honor and privilege to express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed guests for gracing this occasion with their distinguished presence. I invite Dr. G.N. Nayak, President, Indian Association of Sedimentologists, Goa University, to honor our Vice Chancellor, R.M. Kadresan, with a shawl and memento.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir. I invite Professor R.S. Kadresan, Vice Chancellor, Annamalai University, to honor Professor Ganapati Shanmugam, University of Texas at Arlington, USA, with a shawl and memento.
Now you can stand and our Vice Chancellor will honor you. Okay. For after a few minutes, your brief talk. Okay. No, brief afterwards. Okay. Convention until this afternoon.
Report. Saturday.
Please
Sir.
don't.
Vice Chancellor, sir, I also invite you to honor Professor Daniel, Royal Society of Geography, Hodgkin Fellow, Departments of Geography and Earth Sciences, University of Durham, United Kingdom, with a shawl and memento.
Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. R.S. Kumar, Professor and Head, Department of Earth Sciences, Annamalai University, to honor Professor G.N. Nayak, President, Indian Association of Sedimentologists, Goa University.
Saturday was. Saturday, sir. Saturday was.
Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. S. Vasudevan, Department of Earth Sciences, Annamalai University, to honor Dr. V. Ramaswamy, Dean, Faculty of Sciences, Annamalai University. Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. P. Anandan, Department of Earth Sciences, Annamalai University, to honor Dr. R.S. Kumar, Professor and Head, Department of Earth Sciences, Annamalai University.
first function you want.
Sir, ready? Sir, ready, sir? Ready, sir?
Thank you, sir. I extend an invitation to our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Annamalai, the abstract of this conference. I kindly request the members of the dais to step forward and receive a copy of the significant document that encapsulates the essence of insightful research and ideas that will unfold during our time together. Vice Chancellor, sir, may I invite you to honor and release the abstract while our distinguished dais members receive the first copies.
Sir, ready? Sir, ready, sir? Sir, ready?
Thank you, everyone. Professor G. Shanmugam, a distinguished geologist and a proud alumnus of Annamalai University, currently serving as an adjunct professor at University of Texas, Arlington. With over 380 publications, he has been honored by University of Tennessee College of Arts and Science 2018 Professional Achievement Award and FETMA 2018 Tower American Pioneer Award. He is also the founding member of International Society of Paleogeography. I invite Professor Ganapati Shanmugam to deliver the special address.
Vanakkam. Good morning. Let me give you a warm welcome to this momentous occasion where we celebrate the 39th Convention of the Indian Association of Sedimentologists and the 70th year anniversary of the Department of Earth Sciences. I am delighted, I am indeed honored, and I am certainly humbled by your invitation to my alma mater. To give you a brief introduction about my association with this university and how it helped me to my current standing, let me try this. I was born in a small town called Sigari, about 20 kilometers south of here. That was in 1944, British India. And I was a train student, commute every day to Chidambaram. Morning train will arrive here about 7:45 or so, attend school, and return at 4:45 train from here to Silveri. The problem was the morning train would be punctual, come on time because the origination point was Mayiladuthurai. But the evening train, it always delayed, usually 1 hour, sometimes 10 hours. This is not joke. They usually have 60 minutes delay. Sometimes they'll say 600 minutes delay just from coming from Madras. So that was my experience. I spent more time in railway platform than in classrooms. Anyway, I passed the BSc exam in geology and chemistry. My reason for obtaining the degree was to help my family. I'm from a moderately poor family. We didn't have a monthly income, so the goal was to get a job to get monthly income. That was my intention. I passed the exam in first class, and I got a teaching job in a local high school in Silveri. My job was to teach a math course in the morning, take a lunch break, I'll come home, bicycle about 10 minutes, have a nice lunch, my mother cooked, take a nap, and then I go back to the school, which is only 10 minutes or so, and teach a science course. It was a perfect job for me. I enjoyed it immensely. My mother was happy. Now we had a regular income. My father was happy that we achieved what we wanted to achieve. Then I received a postcard from Professor T.N. Muthuswamy Iyer. He was the head of the department. And it said, "Come see me." I was nervous. In those days, head of the department means God. You can only see him, you can't talk to him. So I went to his office, and he was very cordial and said, "Shanmugam, what are you going to do with your life?" I said, "I got a job, I'm settled." He said, "No, you are not settled. You said you are going to IIT Bombay and study MSc in Applied Geology. They just started a course. And that's it." I said, "Sir, I'm from a poor family. I didn't even know what IIT meant." So I told him this. "No, I'm not going to let you waste your energy and talent in Silvari teaching in a high school. You must go, find a way, get a loan, do something. But I cannot let you just waste your talent." That was the reason I went to IIT Bombay. I got a loan and to IIT Bombay. I became the top student. They gave me a medal and so on. Then I went to USA, got my PhD. Then I joined Mobil Oil Corporation. That was the second largest oil company in the research division. I published 380 publications, 5 books, 2 in Chinese. So I'm reasonably well known. They even invited me to give a talk today. I'll be giving a lecture today after this session. Thank you very much.
A sincere and heartfelt thank you for our esteemed Professor Ganapati Shandro for delivering this special address. Professor Daniel from University of Geneva, a distinguished geologist and a geochemist, he employs a geomicrobial approach to unravel microbial process in modern environments and explore geological mysteries both on Earth and other planets. We are privileged to have him with us, eager to gain insights from his profound research. Please join in me extending a warm welcome to Professor Daniel to share a few words.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to, first of all, thank everybody here, the authorities of the university, the organizers, the faculty, and the students, and all people participating in this meeting. I would like to say that I'm a professor at the University of Geneva, but actually I'm representing here the International Association of Sedimentology, together with my colleague Mathieu Cartini and also Tracy Frank that will join us virtually, because we are part of the what we call a lecture tour that I will explain in a few minutes what it's all about. But I find that it's very interesting that we have the same, let's say, name that the Indian Association of Sedimentology, that is IAS2. We are IAS, the International Association of Sedimentology, that was founded in 1952, and we gather sedimentologists from all around the world. At the moment, we have about 1,800 members, and we hope that after this meeting we will have some more from India. And let me just tell you a little bit about our association that, as I say, was founded in 1952, and the goals are to sort of gather all the sedimentological community of people working in the industry, in the university, and doing research in many aspects, like the title of our meeting today, that is from sedimentology from the mountain to the ocean. I find that it's a very interesting and very up-to-date title, because in the last years, some people have thought that sedimentology was losing motion, and I think that sedimentology, we still have a lot to bring to society. There are a lot of problems and a lot of things that we can offer to society. And one of the things that we are aware in our association is that we need to have to renew the sedimentology, and we need to have early career and students involved in the association. So one of the things, we have several activities, but many of them are focused on young people, and I, looking in the audience, I'm happy to see that there is quite a lot of young students and researchers, and I think that our society is bringing a lot of things to them, and in the same fashion that they bring things to us, because the second part of the title, that is an innovative trajectory, I think that is very important, because it's in general young people and young researchers that will bring this part of the research. I was one of the things that we do is to organize summer schools where students can go and participate in different parts of the world and in different aspects of sedimentology. And recently we had one summer school in Spain, and I don't know if the person is present here, but I think that we have 2 Indian participants. And I was talking a couple of weeks ago to my colleagues in Spain, and they said that they were quite impressed by the interest and the knowledge of the Indian students that participate in these summer schools. We also have congresses that you might be aware. We have every year a sedimentological congress that is relatively small, and every 4 years an international congress. For instance, this year we will have in June a congress in Aberdeen and Scotland, and next year, 2026, we'll have the International Congress of Sedimentology in New Zealand. So it's relatively close to you, so I hope that I will see many Indian sedimentologists participating in this Congress. We have also publications, probably the most prestigious publication in the field, that is sedimentology, is part of the society from the International Association of Sedimentology. And we also have basic research and particularly an open access journal that is the depositional record. And I invite you, to all of you, if you are members of the association, you can publish in open access, and the association will pay for all the expenses associated to that publication. So that is also a very interesting point for both faculty and students to be members of the association. So I will just, maybe later today, I will give a scientific presentation and give you maybe more details about the IAS. But please feel free to approach either Mathieu or myself during these days here, and we can give you more information about the association, because we have very possibilities, particularly to be associated with friendship schema and things like that, that can be very helpful, particularly for the students. So with this, I would like to thank once again for the invitation, and I look forward for the next 2 days of presentations and to learn more about all the sedimentology that is going on here in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your insightful speech. Professor G.N. Nayak, a distinguished scholar and a former senior professor at Goa University, excels in coastal geomorphology, sedimentology, and geochemistry. With 125 plus papers, 2 books, and 14 research projects, he has received awards including the Rekha Nandi and the Bhupesh Nandi Prize in 2010. His career is marked by scholarly excellence and administrative leadership in geology. I invite Professor G.N. Nayak to deliver the special address.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.M. Kathiresan, respected Professor Ganapathy Shanmugam, Professor Dinya, the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Ramaswamy, and the Head of the Department, Professor R.S. Kumar, Advisor, Professor Ram Kumar, the conveners of the session, Dr. Vasudevan, delegates from USA, Switzerland, UK, making us comfortable with the title International Conference, the members of the Governing Council of the Indian Association of Sedimentologists, the life members of the association, the delegates who have come from different parts of the country to attend this convention. Very nice input came in on sedimentology from 2 of the earlier speakers. The Vice Chancellor spoke on how soil science can be linked to sedimentology. And then we have both IAS, one is international and the other one is India. And very good input again from Professor Daniel. Possibly it will be useful for all of us. Which makes me a little more comfortable for talking on sedimentology. And the title today, Sedimentology from Mountains to Oceans. Look at the Indian, the geomorphology, maybe from Himalayas, from Jammu to possibly to the Tamil Nadu. The rocks will be varying different basins. Weathering of rocks will release different geochemical products indirectly in the form of sediment. And then the Vice Chancellor, sir, the soil will be dependent on that weathered product. So there is a direct linkage from for the sedimentology and the soil science with respect to the existing rocks over there. And that's how the whole soil science varies from Jammu to Tamil Nadu. Look at the other applications of society-connected things. Sedimentology is a support for building stones, roads, and whatnot. And yesterday's cyclone, sedimentology is a parameters of sedimentology rather, are the proxies, tools to understand climate change or paleoclimate processes. So sedimentology that way has direct linkage to in understanding of course the climate and the society linkage. Come back to original research in sedimentology, newer tools have come up over the years. People use geochemistry, people use isotopes and try to use sediment parameters to understand the system better. So when we started our PhD, the facilities which are available, it's true all over the world, whatever I'm speaking, the facilities available for us about 35 years back and today when you look at the instrumentation facility is extremely good and which can be used possibly to understand the sedimentology much better. Let me talk about the association a little bit for those who are new to it. and for the other general audience. It was in 1975, during the valedictory function of a conference in Delhi University, an idea came up that Association of Sedimentology should be initiated. So in 1976, it was started in Aligarh Muslim University, AMU. It was registered at Aligarh. So we have headquarters from 1976 to today, Aligarh University, Department of Geology. We are happy today that the last 1 year, we had earlier convention, 38th convention in Delhi University, and last 1 year, some of our council members have put all energy to add more younger researchers as members, and today we are more than 350 members. And within the country, I think it's quite representative with reference to sedimentology research. We like to add more. Our simple decision is the governing council members will add younger researchers as members of the Sedimentology Association. I thank all of them, those who put really the energy, the council members who put energy to encourage youngsters to join the association. Just for the information of those who are not members, we have a website which is maintained by Jammu University. Website is www.indiansedimentologist.com. And if you go to this website, there is a provision, there is a form available, simplified form available. You need to just fill online and pay one-time fees of 5,000. Followed by that, association will issue the life member certificate to you. So those who are not members and interested to join and carry out research in sedimentology, please do that. The association, the governing council of the association rather, manages its activities, plans its activities over the years, and then reports during whenever we meet in the council, in the convention. We have a general body meeting and as well as governing council meeting where we brief all the activities. Important thing to mention is every year we have a convention like this. Last year it was in November 9th to 11th in Delhi University, and that was 38, and this one is 39, and the 40th will be next year. So every year we have an annual convention, which is generally for 2 years plus 1 day, 2 days for 1 day for a field trip. Of course, this time situation was a little tougher. I like to thank you, all of you, those who have come, put your efforts and come and join this inaugural session. I myself was not sure of actually coming yesterday. What I noted is, if the flight was booked later, that was yesterday I'm talking about, then everybody is fine. They came in. So my flight was from Goa, it was 4 o'clock, and I could come. And those who have, scheduled early morning arrival, all those flights were cancelled. The day before, all the flights were cancelled. I think half of the number who they are here, they have cancelled, and we have indirectly a lesser representation for this convention. Let us see, I was talking with the convener, let us hope that he arranges to connect them and possibly third day or whatever. Dr. Vasudevan, I will request you this. Those who have registered, those who have paid their membership, they were interested to come in. Kindly connect them and see that their presentation these days after the COVID online, we are very familiar. So kindly make the facility for them to present online. This is a request, Dr. Vasudevan. In addition, we have a journal. We were printing the journal, and we are not very comfortable because not regular. This I'm talking about 7-8 years back. Then we changed over in 2018. We changed over to online journal. We bring 2 issues every year. The date I'm giving you, 30th of June and 31st of December. Our online journal is released on our website. And no charges, it's open for everybody. We have the chief editor from Mexico, John Aldrin, and we, large number of internationally contributed papers are being published. We are moving very well, and let us hope that we improve our system much better. Considering the interest and to encourage the younger group, it was in Goa when I conducted a convention in 1995. We introduced an award for the young sedimentologists. And the approach is, let the young sedimentologists come with their papers, present before an expert committee, and then the best among them, if the expert committee decides whether to give award or not as well. There are cases where award was not given. But if the papers are really good, the best paper is picked for the award. It is announced during the valedictory function of the convention, and the award is the life membership of the association. So that indirectly shows our inclination to encourage younger groups to join us and carry the investigation on sedimentary research. So that's how the association is moving, and we are in a relatively comfortable situation with reference to finances and working on. We like to improve our quality of journal. We like to improve quality of research. And my simple way of communication to my younger researchers here around: please love your subject which you have picked for research, and that makes you, stronger and comfortable wherever you go for your presentation of your research. I like to thank the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the academy, the administrative staff, the Dean, Head of the Department, the faculty of the Earth Science Department in the Annamalai University, the advisor who has retired but is still very active in research, Professor Ramkumar, who is known to me for years, convener, Dr. Vasudevan, the research fellows and the students, all of them I like to thank for their efforts. Difficulties were many. We have seen the fury of the cyclone and the effect of that on participation, but we are moving ahead. And I really like to thank all of them for their effort to bring the delegates for this convention, and we will sure have a bright, wonderful discussion which can evolve newer approaches of research. With these words, I declare the 39th Convention of Indian Association of Sedimentologists as open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your heartfelt and illuminating special address. I invite Dr. V. Ramaswamy, Distinguished Dean of Science, Annamalai University, to present the presentation.
Most respected Vice Chancellor, Dr. R. Kadiredin sir, respected Professor Kanavadi Shanmugam, University of Texas, USA, respected Professor Daniel, University of Geneva, Switzerland, respected Professor G.N. Nayak, President, Indian Association of Sedimentologists, Dr. R.S. Kumar, Professor and Head, Department of Earth Sciences, Dr. S. Vasudevan, convener of this international conference, former Professor T. Ramkumar, advisor of this conference, Dr. M.B. Mukesh, Dr. P. Anandan, Dr. G. Ramesh, organizing secretaries of this conference, organizing committee members of this conference, heads of the departments of various disciplines, my dear colleagues, protocol officer, participants from various parts of our country, my dear scholars, student friends, supporting staff, press and media, good morning to all. Really, I am very happy to be here, and also I am very proud on this occasion of this inauguration function of this 39th Convention of Indian Association of Sedimentologists and the International Conference on Voyage of Sedimentology from the Mountains to the Ocean. I am basically from Physics Department. So my faculty is having 11 departments, among which I am from Physics. Based on the seniority, I am here as a Dean. Really, I am very happy on this occasion, especially the inauguration function of this Sedimentology conference. Even though I am a physicist, so I have done so far my research in the field of sedimentology. And also I am using rocks, how we can apply the physical methods by identifying various factors in the rocks, minerals, and in sediments. So based on that, I have done my research. I have guided more than 25 PhDs. I have published more than 175 papers. I wrote 2 books, but all are in this area. But anyhow, I am using fully as physics principle, especially nuclear geology and thermoluminescence. So really I am very happy on this occasion, being one of the India's largest public universities with 50 departments of studies, sprawling over 950 acres of land. The authorities of the university has taken a number of initiatives to take this education to the doorsteps of the people. All such activities are highly encouraged by our present beloved Vice Chancellor, and it is by his guidance and encouragement this international conference got materialized. In every meeting, his prime thought is to uplift and the status of the university. Really, I am very happy to serve as a dean of this faculty during this tenure period. First of all, I would like to thank each and every one of you for joining this international conference. I feel great proud to say that the Department of Earth Science organizes such international conference to enlighten the young minds and promote the participation of students and scholars at all levels. On behalf of Annamalai University, I offer my regards to all the speakers, judges, and the delegates joining us. I convey my best regards to the delegates from various parts of the world and also the various parts of our country to discuss the idea about this topic. Also, I thank all the speakers and delegates from various parts of country and also various parts of our country and from various countries for accepting our invitation and coming over this conference. The schedule of this conference will focus on sedimentology, that is voyage from mountain to ocean. Really, it is a very interesting one. Almost all the scientists who are sitting in the dais have explained very well about the importance of sediments, the transportation of sediments from mountain to oceans. Our Vice Chancellor has given a very good explanation about the importance of organic matter in the sediments. Everybody knows sediments is nothing but it includes the soil and sand and silt. Everybody knows about the importance of all these three. If the content of all these three is in a very good manner, then everything goes smoothly. If there is any variation in the minerals of these three, it will give the implication in the respective area. So in that aspect, I took my research. I have done the research in 5 major rivers in Tamil Nadu regarding the nuclear geology. So I know very well about the importance of the sediments. So really, it is a very good area. The schedule of this conference will focus on the transportation of the sediments from mountain to ocean. So based on this importance, number of researchers are doing their research. The sedimentology can help us to understand how the natural and human-induced changes to the environment are affecting sediment transport and deposition patterns, and how these changes can impact ecosystems. So I think it is the right platform to discuss and share your ideas in this field of research. So we have received, based on the report given by our Professor Ramkumar, so we have received overwhelming response from good number of delegates. I congratulate all the delegates who are here to present their research findings and ideas in this conference. I personally appreciate the collective efforts of the teaching staff of this department in making this academic exercise as a successful one. I wholeheartedly congratulate all the research scholars and staff of this department and also this faculty. Finally, I would like to say one thing: good idea makes you as good researcher. Good research will improve the status and economy of the country. Once again, I would like to say all the delegates, use this platform in a better way for 3 days, share, discuss and with your ideas and enjoy for 3 days. I wish you all the success of this conference. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind presentation. I invite Dr. S. Vasudevan, Distinguished Professor, Department of Earth Sciences, Annamalai University, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Happy morning to everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor, he has been preoccupied with scheduling, so that's what he has kept. Distinguished Professor Shanmugam, most respected Daniel Estegi, esteemed Professor Nayak, respected Dean, Faculty of Science, our revered Professor and head, esteemed colleagues, invited delegates and research friends. So our Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor himself is a researcher, he is an agrarian, and then he did integrated farming system which was well known, and his contribution in that particular field is well appreciated, for which he got many awards as well as the projects related to that. So he has put some words about that soil and interlinking of sediments. Of course, we have a discussion about that, and then we will let us have some point of view with respect to that soil integration with respect to sedimentology and then the agricultural outcome. So he has not been here. So anyhow, he has been inaugurated. Thanks for his presence and the inauguration address. A special expression and gratitude to the special guest, Professor Ganapati Shanmugam. He is an alma mater of our department. So that is my privilege and pride to say a few words about him. He is basically sedimentologist. He is contributing so many things to our department. He regularly visits our department and having an interaction with our students and motivating our students to take research activities in this particular field, and he has contributed for the sedimentology, the student who is securing a good score in the sedimentology subject. He has been awarded with the name of that, and then he has been given a contribution to have lectures, particularly with respect to the sedimentology. So he is having a good affection with our department. He is regularly visiting, and that is what his involvement with respect to our department is shown. And even then you can see that so his involvement to be present here and share his knowledge, and he is going to deliver our convention address. So we thank all your effort and your presence enlighten us. Thank you very much, sir. So we know the International Association of Sedimentologists, so usually every year they will be sponsoring a lecture series. So we had on Chris Field, he has been addressed so 4 years back, and then this time we requested, and it has been considered for all the three has been sanctioned. Usually it will be considered for one lecture for one particular event or particular country. So this time they have considered, for which our Daniel has took effort to getting the permission and all the routine things. Special thanks for your effort for making this arrangement. And so of course he has reached by around 7 o'clock, 7 a.m. Just he has reached, and then he managed to be here and he is with us. So thanks for your tireless effort to be here. Thank you very much, sir. Then Matthew Kategi, so he has been from UK. He is also accompanied with respect to the lecture series. And then Tracky from USA. So these three are going to deliver that lecture series, which is sponsored by the International Association of Sedimentologists. So I thank personally to all these three people, and particularly the International Association of Sedimentologists for sponsoring these three eminent sedimentologists to this particular convention. So and then our Professor Naik, so he is instrumental behind all these program. So he is guiding us in each and every moment. He is guiding us, and he has given a free hand to us to organize these things. So whenever we are in need of some help, he will be coming and touches that, and he will be advising us to how to come over that issues. So it's a way of approach, it's a way of simplicity makes this program in a good sense. So I thank particularly Professor Naik sir for offering this convention to be held at Annamalai University. Under his presidentialship, this particular Sedimentological Association is getting expansion in all 360 dimensions. Hope this will be expand more, and it will be knocking the doors of the international arena, and we will get good researchers from sedimentologists representing from India. So that can be possible. So under his able leadership, so I thank particularly him and Professor Ramasamy, Faculty of Science. So he always supports our academic activities as well as research activities. So his supports are significant, and thanks for his support. And then our sincere thanks to Professor Head. So he is new to us, he is newly assumed the office, but even then he has put his effort and involvement with respect to this particular convention, and he is very he's keen in successfully organizing this particular conference. So his involvement has put a way for us to make the things in an easier way. So and then we are honored to have esteemed professors and experts, including Rajat Mazumdar from Oman, Dr. Singhal from BAC, Professor Joshi, General Secretary of IAS. So your presence has been motivating and inspiring us. Thanks for gracing us by means of your presence. And of course our controller and Pungadev Madam, Head of the Department, PRO, Protocol Officer and Secretary Vice Chancellor, they are present here and they are present here and grace this occasion. And a special acknowledgement made to the representation of the coverage by the media people. So I am expecting their continued support for the whole 3 days. Our heartfelt thanks to the funding contributors for their valuable contribution for this particular event. Special thanks to our colleagues, both teaching as well as the non-teaching staff, university staff members, research scholars, and friends, and their valuable contributions, and of course the delegates. So your contributions made this successful, and then hope we will be getting more interactions in the forthcoming hours. And then in conclusion, I thank one and I thank all from the bottom of my heart. For all of you, my heart doesn't have a bottom. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for delivering such a thoughtful and gracious vote of thanks. I request the dignitaries, participants, and everyone to join for a tea break. Kindly assemble back in 10 minutes.
ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆகும்மா காலை யூனிவர்சிட்டி தான் இருக்கு. என்ன சார் எதுக்கு? சரி சரி காமிச்சிட்டேன். சரி எவ்வளோது கட்டணுங்க? சரி சரி எங்கே இருக்கீங்க இப்போ நீங்கள்? இல்லை அப்படியே ஸ்டாஃப் இருக்காங்களா உள்ள பல்லடி கட்டிப்பாங்களா? இல்லை எதற்கு நர்ஸ் ஃபோன் இருப்பாங்கள்ல அவங்கள்ட்ட ஃபோன் பண்ணுங்க. பல் பாதுகாப்பு பிரிவில் தான் என்ட்ரன்ஸ் இருக்கீங்களா? உள்ள ஸ்ட்ரைட்டாக லாஸ்ட்டில் இருக்கு. அதான் ஓரத்தில் நீட்டாக இருக்குது, வராண்டா இருக்குது, அதுன்னு போதுங்களா? அது பல் பாதுகாப்பு பிரிவு தானே இருக்குது. ஈறு பாதுகாப்பு பிரிவா பல் பாதுகாப்பு பிரிவா? அதான் காலேஜ் முடிஞ்சோடனே என்ட்ரன்ஸ் தான் இருக்கீங்க. அவங்க மொழியில் போகணுன்னு நினச்சி உட்காந்துருப்பாங்க. லெஃப்ட் சைடில் போகணுன்னு 2 பேர் லேடி இருப்பாங்க. எந்த இடத்துல இருக்கீங்க இப்படி கேட்டால்? வெயிட்டிங் எல்லாம் வெளியில் வராண்டா இருக்கீங்க. போனோடனே காலேஜ் மெயின் கேட்டு ஒரு கேட்டு உள்ளே இருக்கீங்க. கரெக்டாக விடமா? ஓபி கார்டு வாங்கினீங்களா பெரிய கடை, அதுக்கு பின்புறம் உட்காந்துருக்கீங்க. அதான் உள்ளதான். ஆமாம் அப்படியே நீங்கள் ஃபோன் எடுத்துகிட்டு போகலாம். நர்ஸ் இருப்பாங்க, கார்டு கொடுத்துட்டு வந்தீங்க, வெயிட் பண்ண முடியாதுல அந்த இடத்துல உள்ள போகலாம். உள்ளே போயிட்டு பாலம்புரம் இருக்குன்னு சொன்னாங்க. அந்த இது மாதிரி இருக்குமா டேபிள் போட்டு எது இருக்குங்களா முனையில்? அதான் உள்ளே போங்க, கார்டு கொடுத்துட்டு வந்தீங்க தெரியுமா? செக் பண்ணிவிட்டு வெயிட் பண்ண சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. செக் பண்ணாலும் இல்லைங்களா? சொல்லுங்கள். நல்லா இருக்காங்க. இப்போ என்ன பண்ணாங்க? இது வரைக்கும் செக் பண்ணியிருக்காங்களா இல்லையா? இப்போ வாங்கி வச்சுருக்காங்கன்னா அந்த நர்ஸ்கிட்ட கொடுத்தீங்களா? இல்லைன்னா அந்த ரூம் உள்ள இது சரி 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 பாலா டாக்டர், நீங்கள் அப்படியே எதற்கு போய்ட்டு நர்ஸுக்கிட்ட போய்ட்டு கொடுங்களேன். அந்த உள்ளுக்குள்ளே இருப்பாங்க நர்ஸு. என் பேர் சொல்லுங்கள், பாலமுன்னு சொல்லுங்கள். நர்ஸ் வாங்கி பேர் சொல்லுங்கள். ஓகேவா? ஆடியோ வருங்களா? லைவ்ல இருக்கு. அப்படியே லைவ் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. இல்லை கம்மிங் சூன் போட்டு வரும். ஹலோ சார் பாலமுருகன் பேசுகிறேன் சார். ஒன்று சார் ஒன்று
He wrote in that paper long ago that this is the number to be what? To be what? To work. To work. Which is the one. The exposure is very. It is not a paper. It's a very attention. That's right. I'm glad you made the trip to this convention. Because when I got this opportunity, I got to be I know sometimes if my action means I know but I want all our correspondence and you have a yearly emails where you are getting so very keeping it connected but to I don't yeah, I know you. She's like, she was like my sister. So when I was in that institute, when I had a difficult time to find a room, so I used to share a room with her. And she's very helpful. Good idea about this medical chair. Yeah, that's actually when I sent the Diwali
is living, that is the reason.
Please not for it is not a matter of whether just having a different sort of chances for seeing the rocks because they are fantastic.
And you want tea?
I'm trying to do something.
நல்லா இருக்கு. நானும் சின்னப்பட்டில் இருக்கேன். நானும் இந்த வருஷம் வித்தியாசப்படுத்துறேன். வாங்க.
Almost in Mesozoic is Sabbath. So this is just so you will be here permanently or actually they have a contract position. They have what they call in the medical stages the contract position. 4 years and 2 years they have no job. But they want me to serve. So they have extended my contract. But again it depends on if I get a chance officer which would become actual officer?
No, he was in ICU. He left then ISI Kolkata.
No, before ISI Kolkata, I got a job offer just for the presentation. ISC Bangalore. I was the first person who was contacted. Like a video call and this. But then she has contacted me.
They have IIT in Bangalore.
Yes.
Oh,
So they are supposed they opened the department in 2006.
Yeah.
I was the first faculty was contacted by them.
Okay.
And because I'm a Bengali people, you know, we have some feelings and sentiment. No, I will not go. I will be here because my apartment is my relatives are there. So I don't know whether that was a mistake or not.
One thing I remember, it would have been a mistake because if you had joined as Bangalore, you remained there.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, this is also true that I got chances to see this world. I have seen this architecture in Bombay in West Manchester. So I had a communication with you about that. You see your whole image. I have been always in touch with you. Because whenever I do a double Monday,
I'll tell you one incident about you. I was doing a lecture at Indian
yes.
I got there. Before I went, I sent him an email. I'm going to this. He said, you go there, go and try the Rascula. But they couldn't try it. Because he said, I didn't know anything about this. So when I went to there, I told someone, I'm interested not that. She had me a big bottle of Rascula from that place. That was a great tasting Rascula. Yes, all this wet sweets. We have the concept of sweet which soaked with juices. But we have to go ahead.
Now I
Okay.
Okay, you need this?
Oh. You can take
No, you need. Okay. I think I am meeting earlier some days back. I didn't get the food. Yes, I.
So where will be the presentation?
Sir, you are. Yes, don't put this side.
Where will be the presentation in Oh, real brother. Yeah, it is. I will take it. Steps are yeah, I will do it. That's right, that's right. Yes, I can't see the steps. Yeah, I will tell. Now come first.
No, the steps is not here. You can work 2 more steps. Yeah. Yeah, step is the next step. Next is the step. Yeah. Maybe you can hold this. I don't know. I will take it.
Hello, testing, hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Testing, hello.
Yes, the next step is the one more.
Hello.
Now it is
Are you there?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, come. The step is there. Okay, step is there. Yeah, exactly. No problem. No, I will keep in standard. Yes. Next is the step. Next is the step.
லெட்டாக இருக்கு. அதே எனக்கு அதுக்கு நம்ம பாய்க்கு என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? பாய் எப்படி தான் சொல்லுவாங்க. சரி
நவீன நவீன் ஓகேவா நவீன ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு
गाड़ियों
Thank you.
காப்பி டிபம் வந்து ADC டைரக்டர் சொல்லுவாங்க கூட்டம் வந்து கிளியர் ஆகும்.
Can you hear me?
நான் கூட வந்துருக்காங்க ஒரு நாள் ரெக்கமெண்ட் மட்டும் கேட்டாங்க. நான் லீவ்
Thank you. Just shall I start or there is some introduction? Yes, definitely. Okay. Welcome again. Good afternoon.
Just give me a few minutes time to get the detailed introduction about you.
Oh.
Welcome back. Good afternoon to everyone. It's our pride and prestige to have our distinguished alma mater, the distinguished alumnus of our Department of Earth Sciences and Annamalai University, Dr. G. Shanmugam. Professor G. Shanmugam hails, as I already said, a nearby village. Now it is a town 20 kilometers down south of Chidambaram. He has said that he joined for his undergraduate program and he was nurtured by our founder, Professor T.N.M. We won't tell the full name. Professor T.N.M. He is fortunate that he has been blessed and he moved to IIT Mumbai for his higher studies. Subsequently, he attained the academic excellence what he is now. It's unimaginable. And equally, what I wanted to say here, apart from his academic achievements and excellence, the quantum of the type of devotion, the Guru Bhakti he has with the TNM. Of course, I may be the third generation to that department. He belongs to the first generation of teachers. Those who are studied with the TNM are taught by TNM being my teachers. And here the students are sitting, they are my students now. That is the third generation is here. When I happened to meet him nearly about 15 years back, in 2007 and 8, when he came to the department for a presentation to the students to motivate the students in the geoscience when he is visiting. We start to interact with him in such a way. I was very much wondered because whenever he came to the department, he just entering into the department as such that he is entering into a temple. That means, he feels the department is very, very, very holy to him. I could remember that he still feels as a a student, when he comes to the department and he is about to see the professor's room, he feels that he is going to see Professor T.N. I could see from his body language, will be like that. In those days, even when I am student of that department between 1980 and 85, I spoke to the professor and head of the department, that is to my head of the department only in 3 occasions. Only 3 occasions, I have a direct conversation with my head of the department. In fact, I am the student secretary of that batch. Despite that, we have only, he used to take classes, we used to interact with the professors. Other than that academic matter, I have met only for 3 times, 2 times during the time of admission, and the 3rd time is the time when we went to him and asked for the permission to host a function in the department. That is the academic meeting in the department. That is the type of, that is the generation that we have with the teachers. That means it is not the question that we are not freely to move with the professors or not. No. Each and every teacher till now knows my name, every student's name and what he is and what is his and what to be done for. That kind of commitment, that kind of concern, those teachers, professors, and he is fortunately one of the best students of our department. And he has elevated to this level, and I don't want to read his very lengthy biodata, because when I'm seeing one of the paper I was repeatedly reading is his paper on turbidites, marine turbidites. Whether it is clumping or dump, what is the force behind the turbidites? It is the gravitational or it is slumping, or every time one dynamic thinking will be coming when I read that paper. Then he put the paper, a very big paper, running more than about 35 to 40 pages. He moved to other research work. But still we are sticking onto that. And whenever he used to come to the department, he is very simplistic way. He wear a 4-foot dhoti and a slipper. Nobody believe or nobody will accept that he is a professor from Texas and he is a consultant for Reliance, also the senior most consultant for Reliance Industries also. They believe he comes with a very simple way, usually accompanied by his sister. Love to meet the students. After the lecture, he will sit in the lab. He calls the students, what is your doubt and what you are doing, what is your interest. That way, he has the love and affection towards our department. We are very fortunate, and we are with all your blessings and highness, you are with this university. I would like to say during 2018 and 19, the Annamalai University has recorded the highest number of PhD students pursuing postgraduate degree in the world. We have 5-year master's program, integrated geology, and 2 years master's program also. During 2017 and 18 and 19, from 2014 to 19, Annamalai University is the university where in a campus more than 500 students are pursuing the postgraduate program in geology nowhere in the world. In that course alone. So with all your studious support and the love and affection, the blessings, we feel it as our seniors. I always feel the blessings of our teachers is more important for a student to come up in their life. Whether you believe it or not, whether you have any sentiment on that, but we the Indians will always feel the Guru Antana. The Guru Bhakti is more. One of the standing exemplary person is our Professor Shanmugh. He used to say, Professor TNM. Whenever he mails, there will be a word about Professor TNM. It's inseparable. This is the background of his affection and love. On the personal side, what I have observed, he is having more than 380 publications, including the comprehensive volumes and books and research spanning over the spectrum of various domains. including the deep water sedimentology to climate change. Having served as a research scholar, he entered Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, Government of India. Professionally, Shanmugam impact is very high in the field of geoscience. Currently holds the position of adjunct professor at the University of Texas at Arlington, that everybody knows. He has received the prestigious award of the University of Tennessee College of Arts and Science during 2018 for his Professional Achievements Award. And FETNA 2018, that is the Tamil American Pioneer Award. He was telling about that very high, and he mentioned that award in many of the occasions. And I'm very happy that he has been well recognized by the Indian community in America, that one from this country has been. Usually when you go abroad, we will meet together and we will act in a different way with different situations. But among the communities, he has been identified as one of the best Indian scientists. I was very happy about that. He has been awarded for that one during the 2018, and founding member of the International Society of Paleogeography in Beijing. So it goes with that. It goes more than that convention was done. His legacy is one of the profound influence and scholarly achievement, leaving an indelible mark on the goal of scientific achievements to the younger generations. So what I want, I just emulate, we can't emulate totally. A student could emulate many things from his gate, but I am still trying to take the bhakti that what you are with your Guru. It is an example. If the wish of the Guru is that, definitely each and everyone here will come up in life. Even me too have experienced that in my life. With the blessings of my teachers, I came up to that level, to this level. So, with the personal introduction and personal touch of association of Dr. Shanmugam with this university, I request, I invite Dr. Shanmugam to give the address for this conference.
Thank you, Mr.
That is the convention address, what we call it as normally.
Okay. Thank you for that kind, generous, and lovely introduction, whether I deserve it or not. To start with the title, my scientific journey from Annamalai University to America and beyond, 1962 to 2023. The subtitle, Process Sedimentology, Appalachian Tectonics, Physical Oceanography, Fossil Fuels, Climate Change, and J. Robert Oppenheimer. So this idea for the title came from Professor Ramkumar. When he sent me an invitation letter about 3 months ago or so, he said, "We would like you to hear your story. We would like you to share your experience as a scientist." And that's where I got this idea, so it's not original. I want to give credit to Professor Ramkumar. The other thing, he simply asked me to give a special lecture. I said, fine, this is my alma mater, and this is where my whole journey started because of Professor T.N.M., that's T.N. Muthuswamy Iyer. So I said, fine. Then Professor Nayak, who is the current president of the Indian Association of Sedimentologists, "Sir, we would like you to make a little change in the program. Instead of you giving a special lecture, I would like you to give a convention address. Move you from the back to the front. And would you be interested?" I said, fine. So that's why this is called the convention address. Right? Now this journey started by accident. As I said, Professor T.N. Muthuswamy Iyer forced me, compelled me, insisted that I go to IIT Bombay
Otherwise, there was no journey. I'll be still teaching, probably retired by now, probably have 10 children in Sirgari as a high school teacher. Instead, I went to IIT Bombay. And this journey started 61 years ago, and I have completed 150 or more science projects. Zero groupthink, this is original. I don't follow somebody else's idea. There were many obstacles I had to overcome. That resulted in 380 publications. So what I'm going to do today is to give you a glimpse of the people, projects, publications, prices, nature photography, and we'll end up with your personal perspective, what this all means to me and to the general science community. I was born in a small town called Sirgari. That's about 20 kilometers from here south. And as a trained student, I came here and I did my bachelor degree. Then I moved to IIT Bombay on the other side of India. So the reason for that journey is this Professor T.N. As I mentioned earlier, he was the one who insisted that I go to IIT Bombay. But for him, there won't be any journey. I won't be giving this talk. So my whole life, professional life, should be given credit to Professor T.N. Samaya. And because of him, I moved from Annamalai University to IIT Bombay, from IIT Bombay to Ohio University, from there to University of Tennessee, where I received my PhD in 1978. And this is a photograph taken in August of 1970 at Madras Airport. I was leaving the airport, so this is where I was leaving India, going to America. My master's degree thesis advisor was Professor Stanley Fisher at Ohio University. My PhD thesis advisor, Professor Kenneth Walker at University of Tennessee. This is me. I'm sorry. This is actually me, believe it or not. This is Professor Gavin Briggs. He taught me plastic sedimentology, and he was also the one who got me the interview with Mobil Research in Dallas. Mobil was the second largest oil company in those days, and getting a job there is very difficult. It's an international competition. Fortunately, by the time I interviewed there immediately after the PhD, I had published 7 articles in international journals. So people are fairly aware of my contributions. So when I gave the talk there as an interview, they are all very impressed. They gave me a job. So my first job, okay, now I got it. So this is the first laboratory where I joined Mobil. From there I studied rocks in Australia, New Zealand, and so on. Then we moved into a very fancy research laboratory. Finally, into this laboratory. From there I retired in 2000 and became a professor at Arlington and also a consultant. This is a photograph taken in the Spanish Pyrenees. The person on the right is Dr. Mayola. He is my co-author in many of my publications on submarine fans. This was taken in the Spanish Pyrenees to study submarine fans. These are 2 people, geochemists, Dr. Al Cook on the left, Dr. Kirkland on the right. They are organic geochemists. I worked with them. And these are all the people, managers, scientists, technical people at Mobile who helped me at various levels during my tenure with Mobile Research. Outside Mobile, I have my mentors. This is Rolf Bagnall, fluid mechanics, John Sanders, process sedimentology, George Klein, tidal sedimentology, Francis Shepard, marine geology, Charles Hollister, marine geology. I used their publications religiously. They were like guides to me in my thinking. They were original pioneers in sedimentology in various aspects. Now, the one on the right, this is a photograph taken in Italy. The one on the right is Professor Muti, and he is very well known for ancient submarine fans. He's an Italian professor. He has published so many papers. The person here, this is the late Arnold Bauma. He was the one who introduced the Bauma sequence of turbines. Outside Mobile also, one of my good friends, Paul Potter, he was a professor at University of Cincinnati, and he is very well known for this book, Sand and Sandstone. It was written by Pettyjohn, Potter, and Seaver. I'm sure most of the sedimentologists are aware of this book. And when I published the paper on landslides in 2015 in the Journal of Paleogeography, he was very impressed with that paper. He sent me a handwritten letter. You can't read this one, so I'll try to read this for you. Hello, Sean. Thank you so much for absolutely great separate, that's a blueprint. You are the first to publish an integrated discussion of landslides from those on lands, stream valleys, and deep basin, so didactic and easy to understand. So great, congratulations. This is so important to me because he was an internationally known professor in sedimentology. He took time to write a complimentary letter to me, so it was a great thing in my mind. So that is the kind of association I had with professors all over the world. And as a consultant, I have taught deep water workshops all over the world, but particularly in India. This is a workshop I taught at the Taj Palace Hotel in Mumbai. It's still there, it's a very popular place. I taught for oil and natural gas corporations. I also taught courses in Chennai, Karakal, and places like that. This is a workshop I taught for Reliance Industries in Gaudimaga. These are the long course taken from the Krishna Godavari Basin, and I served as a consultant for Reliance for several years. I used to go there and teach courses. This is one of the photographs where I'm sitting there and teaching them how to describe coal and interpret them in terms of process sedimentology, whether it is a turbidity current or debris flows or tidal deposits and things like that. This is a photograph taken in Beijing. I consulted for PetroChina. I also consulted for China University of Petroleum, Qingdao. I'm sitting there. Then I am a pragmatic sedimentologist. I use data, empirical data, in terms of core, outcrop, experiment. These are the data points I have used over the years. This is all published
So one of the things about this lecture, if you have any questions, it is all published. There is nothing unpublished I'm talking today. I've tried to give references as much as possible. If not, you can always go to my ResearchGate page. I have posted all my publications there as PDF. So this is the first case study I want to talk about. Can you read the letters there? Can you read? Is it legible to read the script there? Just asking a question to the audience.
Yes.
Anyway, this is a base in Australia, and it's located on the southeastern part of Australia, called Gippsland Basin. It has a lot of oil. The idea generally is oil is generated from marine organic matter. But in this basin, there is no marine organic matter. So where the oil comes from? So that was the question. So I went to Australia, studied these coal beds. These are one of the thickest coal beds in the world, 160 meters. And it has got resin walls. Those resins are coming from a tree called kauri tree. It's Australis agathis, botanical name. And they grow today in northern New Zealand, these trees. So I went to northern New Zealand and studied these trees. These are trees that put out these resin balls and so on. We did chemical analysis. We also studied under the scanning electron microscope. And this picture shows this is the coating, the waxy coating of the leaves. These are normal alkanes. So these are the source for oil. So when you do the gas chromatogram, the top, the extract, it compares very well with the actual oil from the field. So that's the clue that these oil are coming from the coal. There is even more convincing evidence. This is the plot of pristane to phytane. All the samples of coal extracts, the solid red dots, they all fall in this narrow zone. And so is the oil. That means the coal provides the source for the oil. These are all terrestrial organic matter, not the marine organic matter. So using this kind of geochemical evidence, I published this paper. Of course, I'm a sedimentologist. I proposed this sedimentological tectonic model published in the AAPG bulletin, that is the American Association of Sedimentology, American Association of Petroleum Geologists, AAPG. It was published in 1985. Today, in 2023, if you go to my Google Scholar site, this is the single most cited paper of my publications, of all papers. So that tells you how much importance people give to the data, the originality that comes from the empirical data. Although I'm a sedimentologist, I'm very well known in the organic geochemistry field. That means the science, true science, stands the test of time. My next example is in Alaska. This is the Prudhoe Bay field. You may have heard of it. This is one of the largest oil fields in North America. The stratigraphy is like this. The Thermotriassic reservoirs is like that. It is truncated by an unconformity that played a major role in generating porosity. So I will show you what is the story here. This rock is composed of fluvial, braided fluvial facies. This is one of the examples. The rock itself looked like this. It's composed of black chert, white chert,
chert with a ring. These are all siliciclastic. Chert is a microcrystalline quartz material. That's all it is. When you look at this under the microscope, this is the core, unweathered chert. This is the rim, that's the weathered chert. It's slightly bluish because it's porous because of weathering. And this is another thin section photograph where you can see the outline of the grain that once existed. Everything is totally dissolved. That is secondary porosity. The primary porosity is that one formed at the time of deposition. So this is the kind of rock, the reservoir rock. So this is very important. I propose this four-stage model. You start with black chert, forming a rim due to weathering, complete weathering, then complete dissolution. It's just nothing there. So what happens here? I wanted to understand the climate at the time of this happening. In terms of climate, the unconformity is very close to the modern climate in China. Like for example, there is a Li River in China, and there is the city of Guilin. So I went to Guilin. This is what you see, large tower karst. Of course, this is formed in limestone, and they have large caves. They have tremendous amount of rain that dissolve the limestone and forming these caves and tower karst and so on. Of course, the rocks I'm studying is chert. It's a microcrystalline chert. How do you dissolve it? You cannot simply dissolve by rainwater. But this is what happened. When you look at those rocks under the microscope, it has got apatite, crystals growing in them. This is calcium phosphate with fluorine. Fluorine is a very powerful mineral that dissolves silica. So I propose this sedimentological diagenetic model where the dead animals and other things, they form apatite, and this fluorine-rich solution goes into the rock, dissolving the chert, increasing the porosity, causing the secondary porosity. So that's one side of the story. The other side is this. I plotted in various wells. This is the reservoir rock. The yellow numbers is the porosity, and this is the distance to porosity. So as you can see, the porosity gradually increases as you come closer to the unconformity. So I proposed the unconformity in the meteoric water, the fluorine-rich solution, is the cause for the porosity increase. This was published in the AAPG bulletin. This paper is also very popular. The next is the depositional environments. The theme of this convention is mountain to the ocean. This is exactly what you are looking at here. You are going from the mountains to the oceans. I have studied all the processes, not all the processes, major processes that are involved near the mountains, alluvial fans and so on the shelf, and on the slope, and in the deep basin. That's my personal preference, but I have branched out to other areas of sedimentology, and in some areas not to do with sedimentology at all. Another example is this hyperthickener flows. As the flow comes through the plunge point near the coastline, they lose their energy and they die out. But there are some people who believe that these flows goes all the way to the shelf edge, come down, forming submarine fans and so on. But there is no data. So I wrote critical discussions of this topic, and it's published in various journals. One of the things I did for the journal of the Indian Association of Sedimentologists, published in that journal, I summarized all the major gravity flows. The first 5 oops, sorry. The first five where the gravity flows moving down slow, and this arrow. But this one is a thermovariant current. I classified it as a gravity flow, but it moves in a almost 90-degree direction. Why is that? This is very easy to explain. They flow down slow. But this one is a little bit more complicated. I'll show you why. If you go to Antarctica, if you take Antarctica as an example, where the sediment gravity flow is coming down, this is the arrow. Then due to thermovariant processes, it takes a 90-degree turn. So this is what the Antarctic bottom water AABW is. So these gravity flows are very important in transporting sediment into the deep sea and distributing them. So to give you some background on this, because I published in this Journal of Indian Association of Sedimentologists, this is one of the highest read papers in that journal by me. I published so many papers in that journal, but this is one of the top cited papers in that journal. That shows people are interested when you do review process than in local geology or something. That's my lesson. Whenever I write a review paper, that gets more attention if I simply do a local geology in a particular basin or something. Then, as the river comes out, usually it forms deltas. But in this case, it takes a 90-degree turn. Why is that? This is due to wind deflection. This is very unusual. So normally, when you think of source to sink, the sediment goes from source to sink, just down dip. But in that case, it takes 90 degrees. This is important because of these anomalies, you should know to really predict the provenance correctly. So this is also published in the JIAS. The other thing is the distinguishing between fan deltas and braid deltas. These are coarse-grained deltas. Until 1977, sedimentologists used to lump all this together and call it fan delta. And in 1987, McPherson is the first author, I am the second author, and Mayola is the third author. It's published in the GSA Bulletin. We made a distinction that fan deltas are mainly mass transport deposits, debris flows and things like that. Very low porosity. The braid delta, a term we introduced in that paper, is fluvial process. Because of the winnowing, it has got higher porosity and permeability. For this reason, we must distinguish this from this. So this paper became very popular in sedimentology. This is an example of the fan delta. This is an example of a braid delta. Then going to the deep water, there are four major processes: slide, slump, debris flow, and turbidity curve. Very often the controversy is separating these two. So what I did was to separate them rheologically and then showing experiments how they differ. So I published this. This is the rheological difference. The turbidity currents are Newtonian in rheology, and debris flows are plastic with strength. That's the theoretical aspect. Then we went to the experimental aspect. We did experiments using these large flumes, and we introduced sediment slurries. And what we saw is this: you have a basal debris flow and the upper turbidity current. These are two different phenomena in terms of rheology. But the confusion in the literature
is they lumped upper turbidity current and lower degree flows, call this as high density turbidity current. When you go into the deep water literature, you will see this term very common because it explains the coarse-grained deep water deposits. But this is wrong. This terminology is wrong. This is not a turbidity current. It's only part of a turbidity current. Most of it is debris flow. So I published this in the Journal of Sedimentary Research in 1996. The title is High Density Turbidity Currents, or the sandy debris flows. It was a very controversial topic, and 6 years later, the International Association of Sedimentologists, they took a survey and they published it, results in this newsletter, IAS newsletter, and they found out that paper is the single most cited article during the survey period in 3 journals. That's Sedimentology, Sedimentary Geology, and Journal of Sedimentary Research. So when you write a paper based on clear thinking, empirical data, theory, experiment, then you can prove even the popular models and things are wrong. But our ultimate objective as scientists is to find out the truth, irrespective of whether it is controversial or not. This is my PhD work. This is the Appalachian Basin. This is the east coast of America. This is Florida. My study area is in Tennessee, in the middle ocean rocks. I came up with this model using outcrops, and this is a debris flow coming from that area. I proposed a big landmass, submarine fans, and so on. At the time, the DSDP was drilling off Timor near Australia. This is DSDP 262. And I compared the results of the stratigraphic, sedimentological, and tectonic aspects. And they fit almost perfectly to what I'm coming up with. Here there is a subduction zone. There's a 4D basin. So, rather audaciously, I proposed that this is a 4D basin. And what happened was, at the same time, one Gary Lash, he is studying these equivalent rocks in Pennsylvania. I'm studying in Tennessee, but they're same age rocks. But we came up with similar conclusions. So we wrote a paper published, Analogous Tectonic Evolution of the Ordovician Plateaus. At that time, it was a very controversial paper. Now it is an accepted model. Similarly, this is the Washita Flysch. This is the Washita Mountains. This is a typical North American flysch, that is turbidites. My co-author, Mayola, and myself studied this for 10 years with so much rigorous field work and so on. And we studied both Oklahoma rocks and Arkansas rocks. And we found these things, large debris floating, sigmoidal deformation structures, and this kind of structure. These are not turbidites. These are completely different animals. So we published this model based on a lot of debris, injection, things like that. There were a lot of discussions, about 7 discussions in AAPG. This is the longest printed discussion in the AAPG history. The next is sequence stratigraphy. There is this idea that if you, in this seismic stratigraphy, if you see if you see a mounted geometry with bidirectional down and up, Whale and others call it basin flow fans that's composed of turbidites. So myself and my co-author studied these rocks in North Sea area for 5 years.
And then one of the basins we studied is this Faroe Basin in the North Sea, in the North Atlantic. And you can see this is the mountain geometry, bidirectional downlap. We took the core, this is the core. Theoretically, if the model is correct, you should see turbines with graded bedding and so on. But we saw these big slumps, injections and things like that. And we have ripple units, but these are all below seismic resolution. You cannot see them in seismic lines. So how do you know whether it is ripple marks or some other debris flow deposit? You cannot. So this is the problem. We have a model based on seismic geometry, but the sedimentology is based on minute things, little features, structures, and so on. So we quantified this. About 92% slumps and debris flows, 8% bottom current deposits. There is no turbidity. So the model not always correct. You have to test and verify to make sure the models are correct. The next is tsunami. In 1958, Lituya Bay in Alaska generated a tsunami 524 meters tall. If you put that tsunami in Chicago, where you have the Sears Towers, it will hit the TV antenna, blow up the thing. So these are very powerful waves. And in India, the Bay of Bengal, we have one tsunami per every 6 years. One of the biggest things we saw is in 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. You all know about that. But we know more about tsunamis because it affected the east coast of India and Sri Lanka. A lot of people died. But a lot of the tsunamis are very small. You may not even notice. But tsunamis are important sedimentologically. For example, if the earthquake generates tsunami, come here and return, transform, but they leave a big boulder. I published this in the Journal of Sedimentary Research immediately after the Indian Ocean tsunami. This is one of the boulders left in the Tonga Island in the Pacific. You can imagine, can you imagine that such a big boulder sitting there, coconut trees growing on them, that it is actually a boulder. So that's the power of sedimentology, knowing the process and the deposit. The next little oceanography, these are the water masses going all over the place. I'll just show two examples, the Mozambique abyssal plain and the Atlantic confluence. This is the deep water photograph taken by Thiessen and Hollister and others at Lamont Laboratory. These are ripples forming at about 4,000 meters water depth. These are contourites published by Hollister. These are also below seismic resolution. So you can't simply look at seismic, tell whether it is a contourite or turbidite. The other process is the internal waves. This is actually from the Andaman Sea. These are the internal waves. These are the manifestation. This is as seen on the satellite images. In the actual image, under the sea, they occur very close to the shelf edge like that. And they can rework the gyres undersea mountains, forming large ripples. These processes are seldom discussed by sedimentologists in the literature because these are too complicated, so they stay away from it. I try to publish, I will publish one paper in the AAPG bulletin, a major review paper. The other unusual thing is deep water tidal currents. You all heard about tidal currents near the coastlines or in the estuaries and things like that. That's all very well established. But there are also tidal currents goes in the deep sea. For example, this is a submarine canyon current going this way going this way, induced by tides. That was documented by Francis Shepherd in 1979. In the introduction of this talk, I mentioned one of my mentors is Francis Shepherd. That's this person. So what he did was, he compared tidal charts with canyon currents and the directions. And he showed convincingly the tides correlate very well with canyon currents. So he concluded that these canyon currents are indeed induced by tides. You can see this in some sedimentary structures like what's called double mud layers. These are mud drakes. They occur in doubles. This is from a canyon in Africa. This is called Eda Field. I studied it. When I published it, people are very kind of puzzled. How can you have deep water tidal currents and so on? I used this concept. I served as a consultant for Reliance Industries. They have the, they have this Krishna Godavari basin. This is one of the seismic amplitude map. And this is the well we cored. This is the seismic line. I'll show you. This is the model we proposed based on seismic. This is the core we have. And when you look at the core, you can see the double mud layers. Each arrow is a double mud layer. So we published this in the Journal of Sedimentary Research. Myself, Sanjay Srivastava, and Bhagwat Das, they were all working for Reliance at the time. This is published in the Journal of Sedimentary Research. It's a very major paper. You can go and browse and find out what we did. The next is the hybrid flows. As the turbidity currents come down, they are intersected by contour currents. So they form a hybrid or mixed zone. This is a very complicated process. I published this in 1993. At that time, people thought I was crazy. The last few years, people are finding out this is an important process. Now more attention being paid to this process. One thing I learned, whenever I publish something controversial, it takes about 15 to 20 years to be accepted by most sedimentologists. That's the timeline. And of course, the soft sediment deformation. This is in the Dead Sea Basin. If you have a slump bed sandwiched between undeformed beds, these are soft sediment deformation structures. In this case, it's formed by earthquakes. So you can call it seismic. But earthquakes cause soft sediment deformation structures. So it's other triggering mechanisms. Glacial loading, sediment loading, salt tectonics, so on and so forth. So if you really want to call something a soft sediment deformation, a seismite, you must prove that it is indeed caused by earthquakes, not by some of the other mechanisms. Then I would like to say a few words about climate change. There are a lot of discussion going on. Because of the climate change, we should reduce CO2 induced by fossil fuels to save the planet. So let's see what's going on here. If you take the GDP, that is gross domestic product, if you start about 2,000 years ago, it was pretty much zero, maybe a few $100 or something. When it comes to about 1760 or something, goes up. Why is that? Industrial revolution. What caused the industrial revolution? Oil, gas, coal, these are all petroleum and related things. So we have to have fossil fuels to power the energy we need, have the machines doing the work, and doing all kind of modern living. So if you take a barrel of oil, 46% is gasoline that you put in your car. About 9% jet fuel you put in your plane. If you want to fly from Bombay to Madras, then you need this. Then diesel. You need this to power the trucks. Every day you get Amazon products delivered by trucks, so you need diesel. And of course there are other things. So if you really want to live like a human being, then you need oil. Let's see, they're talking about reducing CO2 to save the planet. In terms of current CO2 emissions, China is number 1, Germany is number 8. Let's look at the atmosphere. This is China, CO2 put out by China. This is Germany. It is putting out 2%. Now let's say it goes to 0. That's an argument. That's 0%. Doesn't mean anything. So long as China puts out CO2, it will be all over the atmosphere. There is no barrier in the atmosphere. So the whole concept of some countries reducing CO2, some countries can do whatever they want, just a pure fiction. It is not reality. Now let me take you through what are the consequences of this climate change debate. They talk about net zero policy. Net zero means zero CO2 emission. That means you should eliminate all petroleum products because they are the ones who put out CO2. In green energy, there is no CO2, so that people like that. Let's go through 9 examples. You get up in the morning, you want to go to the toilet. There won't be a toilet because that's a petroleum product. Then you want to brush your teeth. There won't be a paste. That's a petroleum product. Then you want to jog in the morning. There won't be a jogging shoe. You have to jog barefoot. Then there won't be a car, plane, ship, cell phone, mask, pillow. And we all absent if you want to take the net zero policy. So how will you live? You go back to the caves, you live like a Neanderthal. They lived 40,000 years ago. They didn't have cell phones, they didn't have cars, but the planet was safe, very low CO2 level. So this is what we are talking about. When people talk about climate change, net zero, this is the net product of that kind of talk. And when we talk about green energy, if we talk about wind turbines and so on, the early 1800s, we used to kill whales. Then we found the oil. Then we killed the whales to get the whale oil for lamps. When we found petroleum, we stopped killing whales. Now we want to use green energy. We install wind turbines. They kill whales. They kill birds. This is the consequence of green energy. So if we want to eliminate CO2 altogether, let's see what happens. This is the current atmosphere. We have CO2. It's about 15 degrees centigrade, it's very comfortable temperature. If you remove all the CO2 and the atmosphere, it will go to minus 18 degrees centigrade. You'll be freeze to death. So let's take what are the consequences of increasing CO2. This is the Max Planck curve, original curve, and we can use this curve. This is the Max Planck curve. Today's CO2 value is about 420 parts per million. Suppose in the next 20, 30 years, you want to increase it to double the CO2, 800 parts per million. We are worried about the temperature increase from CO2. If you do that, the temperature will increase only less than 1 degree centigrade. Means nothing. This was documented by Wingren and Happer. It's published. So based on that, this year I published a paper in the Journal of Geological Society of India in the August issue. This model is coming from that article. I used what was the temperature 100 years, in the 1900? It was about 13 degrees or so. Today it's 14 degrees, and according to IPCC, it will go to about 16 degrees. Okay. So the IPCC says if you reach the temperature, you'll be fried to death because of the warming. All right. You can prove them wrong. All you have to do, as soon as this talk is over, go outside, take your cell phone, measure the temperature in Chidambaram. Today, I guarantee you it will be about 25 degrees centigrade or 30 degrees. I don't know the exact temperature right now. But I said, check. Go outside, measure the temperature. It will be the double the amount of this. That means you are not dead. You are not going to be dead. This is all just a scare, simply scaring people. Another point is, if you measure the CO2 in the field, it's about 400 or 420 parts per million today. You can go to the field anywhere in South India and measure it. If you are sitting in a classroom like that today, in this conference room, if you measure the CO2 with a CO2 meter, it will be 1,000 parts per million. This is what we are talking about. The IPCC say, if you go to 800, you will all be suffocated to death. You are not dead. You are still listening to me, 1,000 parts per million. When you fly, it's 5,000 parts per million. And some of the people gave from Bombay to Madras. You traveled at that parts per million. You are not dead. So my conclusion is, there is no climate crisis. There is no catastrophe. I'm sorry. There is no catastrophe. Just leave the planet, people, and CO2 alone. We are doing fine. We don't have to do anything. The last case study I'm going to talk about is J. Robert Oppenheimer. You probably wonder, what has that got to do with Sedimentological Association? Everything. Because this is to do with nuclear physics. And the other thing is, he started as a geologist. When he was 12 years old, he was interested in collecting minerals and rocks, and he was almost an expert at 12 years old. He gave a talk at the New York Mineralogical Club as an expert. But he changed his topic, became a nuclear physicist, and he was mainly responsible for developing the atomic bomb. Because we have war going on in Russia and Israel, they all have nuclear bombs. We should worry about these things, although we are sedimentologists. With our life, we don't have to work on sedimentology, you see. And he attended Cambridge University. And 1 year after he left, one person from India went to Cambridge University. That is Homi Bhabha. You probably heard of his name. Sorry. Yeah, Homi Bhabha. He went to Cambridge. He studies nuclear physics. He got his PhD. He came back and started the nuclear, the atomic, Bhabha Atomic Center in Bombay. And because of that, India is one of the 8 nuclear powers today, and Oppenheimer was studying Bhagavad Gita in Sanskrit, in the original Sanskrit. So he was so smart, he knew 6 languages. And he headed the Los Alamos laboratory for making the bomb. And they made the bomb. This is where they separated the uranium. And this is the theory they used, the fission. And they tested in Trinity the nuclear bomb. And they dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And as a result, the World War ended. And today, because of him, we are in a nuclear age. We should be worried about, because we have war going on in Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Gaza. They could trigger nuclear button any minute. So that is the reason I'm interested in J. Robert Oppenheimer. Coming back to me, I have published 380 publications, 5 books, 2 in Chinese. It doesn't matter how many papers or books you publish. What matters is whether people are reading it and citing it. This is stats. This is from Google Scholar. And according to, I think, November 21st, I took this data. There were 11,280 citations on my publications. The highest citations last year, during 2020, low because of COVID. So this is the number we should be worried about. And one of my personal philosophy is avoid group thinking. The whole world is going in one direction, I'll be going in the opposite direction. And I serve on 3 journals. As editorial board member, I publish at least 1 review article in Indian journals. I mentioned gravity flows in one of the Indian Cinematological journals. I also published the same way I serve on the Journal of Paleogeography. There also I published at least 1 journal, 1 article per year. The landslide article I mentioned was published in the Journal of Paleogeography and so on. Because my papers are highly cited, they gave me an award. This Springer gave me the top ranking publications and so on. There is another author in the audience, Professor Santanu Banerjee, also from IIT Bombay. He also received the next highest ranking. So this is also given to me this year because of my paper on submarine fans topped the top 1% in terms of citation. And I also got a medal from IIT. I was interviewed by Sun TV. And I received the Tamil Pioneer Award. And finally, my hobby is taking pictures of nature pictures and published on the covers of magazines. This is published on the KAPG Bulletin. This is the Pulpit Rock in Norway, Cotopaxi volcano in Ecuador. This is a river called Ganges River in a country called India. This is a tower, big boulder near Chennai. This is also from India. This is Trondheim from Spain. And these are the cover images I provided for the Indian journals. And I recently joined the CO2 Coalition. So what does all mean to me? This is my conclusion slide, my perspective. I can summarize my journey this way. It is, oops, sorry. Let's see. Okay, we got that. I can summarize my journey as this way. Insightful, nurturing, delightful, intellectual, and award-winning. That also spells India. And it is an effective knowledge transfer as far as I'm concerned. I try to publish as much as possible. So I'd like to thank all these individuals and corporations and so on, of course, starting with Professor T.M. Swami here, all the teachers, colleagues over the years. And coming today, Professor Ramkumar invited me, Professor Naik changed it to a convention address, and Professor Butt, who was the one who encouraged me to join the editorial board of JIAS. Because of that, I started publishing papers. And Dr. Vasudevan, who is the convener of this organization. And finally, my wife, Jean, we were married in 1976. She has been a strong supporter of what I do, and that's one of the reasons I'm able to do all these papers and so on. She corrects them before I submit my manuscript into journals. So I want to thank her. And she is here in the audience, and so I want to give her a big applause. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
So I think there is no question means the students are well understood. So it is an inspiring, your journey is very inspiring to us, and it may be a way to proceed the research. What I felt from the other end, how you have started the journey like that. From the mountain to sea, it is from Chirgali to the sky. The Everest, from Sirgali to the Mount Everest, which is like that. The journey is like that way you have made it, not sparing any branch of geology, especially you have the specialization in sedimentology, but you touched with the tectonics also. Marine tectonics, in fact, you have touched it. As I said, it is a debris flow or gravity flow, turbidity flow, what is that? It is merely a slumping. No answer. Every time when you analyze with that subject, it is everyone is a case study like that. So I thank at this moment Dr. Shanmugam and I.
No question. On behalf of the Association of Indian Sedimentologists, I'd like to thank Professor Ganpati Shanmugam for sparing his time and his knowledge. Thank you very much.
Dear participants, you all very well know that the day one of any of the convention or any of the session, we will be running out of short of time because of the inaugural function. I request kindly bear with us. What's your opinion? Can you bear for another half an hour to be with the distinguished presenter? I hope, I want to seek your approval for the same. The next presentation will be by our distinguished member, Professor Daniel Ashagi. This is a lecture sponsored, a lecture by the International Association of Sedimentologists, lecture series. It's the most prestigious one. Many of the people, many of the younger generation may not be knowing this concept. The lecture series instituted by the International Association of Sedimentologists. This time we have been supported by 3 distinguished speakers from the International Association of Sedimentologists. Another one is Professor Daniel Rastogi. He is from Geneva, Switzerland, from the Geneva University. He is basically, Professor Rastogi is an earth and environmental science. Professor Rastogi, distinguished geologist and geochemist, whose research delves into the intricate realms of lacustrine subsurface, biosphere, microbial interaction, and organometallization process. His expertise extends to employing in geomicrobial approach in modern environments, unraveling the mysteries of microbial process, both in the present as in the geological past. Extremophiles, I can say, the extremes. His work is pivotal in understanding the biogeochemical cycles, particularly in lakes, as well as in the other extreme environments. Professor Rastogi's commitment to the advancement knowledge to gain to the students extends beyond Switzerland and explores the microbial process with other planets. That's one of the things that everyone should know. That is land, from land to sea, sea to the extraterrestrial. That means you see the entire biosphere, atmosphere, biosphere, and atmosphere he has traveled. That means he is truly a geologist. If you say Earth, means it includes atmosphere, biosphere, and lithosphere. We cannot separate that. In that way, we are very happy to have a distinguished Rastogi here with us on this day of the inaugural session and the prestigious lecture series by the International Association of Sedimentologists. On behalf of the organizing committee and as behalf of the members here, I extend a warm welcome once again to Professor Rastogi, and his topic of presentation will be biotic and abiotic signatures in lacustrine carbonates and their application to the Earth and planetary fossil records. So this is one of the new dimensions, how we have been going to explore after Chandrayaan, landing into the moon. We were able to be projecting in such a way, and that line, it will be more important for the younger generation to pursue the research in the other environment.
You are introducing Mr. Rastogi?
Yeah. So Daniel Aristotle. Yeah.
Hello, testing, hello, check. Hello, testing, hello, check, hello.
జంతువుల్లో కూడా కొనుక్కొచ్చుకొని రైస్ బట్ మన 10-6 కింద మొదలు ఇది కాలం మొదలు 10-6
Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, sorry for the technical problems. Actually, I will be talking about something quite different to what we heard before. And I just remind you that, as I said earlier today, this is part of the IAS lecture tour, and is supported also by the university. How does it move? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So then, what I will be talking today is about the relationship in between the geochemistry, the geomicrobiology, and what do we see in the sediments. And in this picture, this is a diagram that shows the evolution of the early start of the photosynthesis. And we see there that the cyanobacteria are the ones that are mostly present since early in the Earth history until today. And what you see here, these two photographs, one, these are living cyanobacteria in Lake Geneva in Switzerland, and these are Annamalai from South Africa, 1.8 billion. So you see that, although there is discussion about where exactly appear these cyanobacteria, the thing is that they are one of the organisms that are present through the whole history of Earth's history. So this is an artistic view of what people think that could have been the state of the Earth during the Precambrian, and when these early forms of life start creating the atmosphere that we have until we arrive to the atmosphere that we have today. So, oops, sorry. Here we see one of the most spectacular and well-known places of living extramarine, that is in the Shark Bay in Australia. And that is actually, people think it's a marine environment, but when you look in detail, it's only in a section of Shark Bay that you have extramarine. So it's kind of like more of a lake sort of situation. And here we see how these organisms precipitate and form these extramarines. I have to get used to this, sorry. So then, back in the early 90s, there was Bob Ginsburg, a professor at the University of Miami, where I did I spent 1 year at the University of Miami working with him, and he published a paper where he said that he was wondering what was the relative role of microbes and the environment in the formation of these extramarines. And he concluded at the time that the microbes appear to determine the microstructure of these extramarines, while the environment shaped the morphology. But at the time, it was not possible to really test this exactly the way in which I will show you what we have done in the last year. And this is kind of like an early paper from Trumpet that shows that, you know, the environmental influence start being very important or is very important for the macro fabric of these extramarines, while the biological influence become more important when you look in the micro structure. But this was, again, kind of like more of a hypothesis, a working hypothesis. So I like to show this picture from a Dutch painter because it's a very, it's called the Impossible Terrace. And you know, depend how you look at it, you are in a balcony or you are in a terrace. And this is what happened also, I think, with the extramarines or the microbial life, because the biotic and abiotic processes are quite often together, and it's very difficult to separate one from another. And I think that the microbialites are really in the middle, so you know that's why it's very hard for us as geologists or geochemists to differentiate them. So this became very important because in the last years there have been really a lot of research going into searching for which gene in different organisms like cyanobacteria can produce biomolecules that they will precipitate a mineral with a certain phenotype, they say, with a certain size, shape, texture, crystal structure, and chemical composition. So for us as geologists, if we can get these, we have our mineral and we can go back toward the sort of the organism that have precipitated such a mineral. But this is, of course, ideal. This would be perfect. This is a work from Julie Comnidis from Oxford, University of Oxford in the UK. But this is, unfortunately, this would be great if we can demonstrate it easily. But there are also what they call false biosignatures that are, you know, if you look at these structures and these SEM and microscopic pictures, we would think that they are biological. and actually they had been precipitated under completely abiotic conditions. So this is important, particularly in the search of life in another planets, because you see that so far most of the things that they have been studied for instance, in Mars are based in this kind of pictures, so and images. So one thing is, I think that here in India there have been a lot of people working, and maybe here in the room, working in stromatolite, particularly in Precambrian stromatolite. And I have chosen these two examples. This is a book that, this is a book that summarizes several of the stromatolite structures in all India. And this is a more recent paper from 2016, where in the Lankahati stromatolite, they are wondering whether they are biogenic or abiogenic. So this is a question that has been going on for many years. So what I will show you, I will bring you to a trip to South America, and I will show you what the kind of study that we have been doing in the last 15 years or so. Because why in South America? Because you might be aware that in the Altiplano, for instance, in this area of Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia, there are a lot of living microbialites that are living under extreme conditions, and they are then very good analogs for what it might have been the life in another planets eventually, or the early Earth. But there are also in Argentina some Precambrian stromatolites close to Buenos Aires. But what I will show you today are two cases that are the Maquinchao Basin here and in Argentina, and the Laguna de los Cisnes in Chile. And the advantage that these two places is that they have living and fossil stromatolites, both in the same place. So we can compare and we can sort of try to understand how the modern microbialites are formed, and then try to understand the subfossil or fossil ones. And the same is in the case of Laguna de los Cisnes, that is in southernmost Chile. So let's go to the first one. This is the Maquinchao Basin, that is about 150 kilometers east of the Andean. And what you see in the satellite image is that there are today two big lakes, this big one and this smaller one, that are joined by a river. But what we see is that there are a lot of shorelines showing that the lake has been a lot higher than today. And these green arrows show us the position of an area in the river where today there are living stromatolites. And I will show you first data from there. We look at the chemistry, at the geochemistry of the different of the river and these two lakes. And what we see is that I will not go into detail for a question of time, but the colors show you already that the chemistry of these different environments are quite different. And the living microbialites is the one that had a lot more calcium and lower magnesium than in the other two lakes where today we don't have microbialites. So this is the first difference. And if we look at the isotopic composition of the waters, what we see is that this is in red we have the global meteoric water line, and we see that the only the living microbialites are in the over the global meteoric water line, because the other ones have values that are outside that line, probably because there is a lot more evaporation. So they are very, very saline. And there we don't have a stromatolite. And then we took a living stromatolite there, or microbialite, and we make a cut there. We see, I don't know if you see exactly the difference in color, but we have in the uppermost part a green biofilm, and in the lowermost part we have a beige or white biofilm. This is, look at the scale, is 1 millimeter thick. And what is this biofilms? They are actually what we call EPS, or exopolymeric substance, that is a sort of mucus that the microbe produce, and where they will where they will sort of get all the living, in this case cyanobacteria, will be installed and growing there. If we look now in the microscope, just simply a sample that we took from the top of the biofilm, we see that in the green biofilm we have a lot of filamentous cyanobacteria, like the one that I showed at the beginning from Lake Geneva. And this is epifluorescence that is just to show that the blue colors indicate that they are living. They are still producing and precipitating, start to precipitate a little bit of mineral. And then in the lower section, what we have is also, we have some cyanobacteria, but they are smaller. There are another type of cyanobacteria too, that they are rounded, they call cocoid cyanobacteria. And then we have, in the epifluorescence, we have that, again, that we have these living bacteria, but the color that you see here corresponds to the mineral phase, and this is the starting of precipitation of calcite. If we look more in detail with a microscope now, with the electronic microscope, and if we move in direction clockwise like that, we start to see how these organisms, where you have some diatoms that start to be dissolved, and you start forming a low magnesium calcite, as we see here. That if we go more at the larger scale, we see that there is the development of a nanoporosity, and how these different small grains start getting together and they mineralize. We call it nanoglobules. This happens in the green biofilm. But if we move to the lower part and we do the same exercise, we move in this direction, look at how this is EPS with crystals that start to develop really very, very well. And I don't know if you can see well in the picture, but it's really euhedral rhomboedra that are perfectly formed low magnesium calcite crystals. So this shows how these organisms precipitate. We know now that it's due in this case to these cyanobacteria and what they change in the environment, in the microenvironment, precipitating these low magnesium calcite. And this, I just mentioned this because I talk here about the virus, but these viruses were identified a lot before COVID, so it had nothing to do with COVID. This was, we published this in 2015, and what we identified in both in the green biofilm and in the beige white biofilm, there are elements that are typical from virus, that are living in this EPS. We don't know exactly what they do, but the virus, the study of virus in this kind of sediments is something that is kind of like a bloom in the last years, and people are working a lot on this because you see that in the beige white biofilm where we have the carbonate precipitated, we have an early state of degradation of these membranes that are very well preserved in the uppermost part, but a lot more degraded in the lowermost part. So we don't know exactly what they do, but one hypothesis is that they might eat the bacteria that are precipitating, and they might help to precipitate or eventually dissolve part of the precipitated carbonate. So this is ongoing studies, and I think that in the forthcoming years we will get more information about that. And one thing that is also important or nice when you have this living stromatolite or microbialite is that we can study the DNA. So what we do is we do extractions of DNA, and we can determine exactly what kind of bacteria we have. And then based on that, because we know the metabolism of those bacteria, we can sort of make the model of what are they doing and how do they precipitate the mineral. But then we conclude in this part that the biological factors are the ones that rule the microstructure of this living microbialite. They are laminated. We have filamentous cyanobacteria in the green lamina, and we have abundant sulfate-reducing bacteria in the beige one, where we precipitate them also. One thing that we have to remember always is that the bacteria like to live together, different types of microbes. They live in communities, and they do different, sometimes one group take the lead, and sometimes the other one do. That is what happened in between the green and the beige lamina. So now let's move to the fossil, or if you wish, subfossil ones that are here around, because what we have in the geology of the area, we have this basaltic plateau all around, and these are, as I told you before, we reconstruct the shoreline when the lake was a lot larger than today. And in this area, we have a lot of fossil microbialites. They are different shapes. Some of them can be really big, even of a 1 meter diameter. And they have been dated, for instance, this one in 22,000 years before the present. And they always have a nucleus that is basaltic. It's like the microbes, like maybe the iron associated that in the composition of this basalt. Here you can see some of the outcrops. And one thing that we, looking at satellite images, we managed to look at the distribution of different types. I don't know if you, probably you cannot see here, these little points are in different colors. Unfortunately here there are some yellow and orange and red one. But what they are indicated is the distribution of 6 different kinds of microbialites, different structures. I will not go in detail on this because it would take a lot of time that I don't have to finish the talk, but we see that there are different shapes that have different forms and structures, and they appear differently in the field. Here, some of them are continuous like that, some others are like this one, rounded, big, some others are relatively smaller. And what we conclude in here is that the occurrence and the distribution of these different morphologies are due to the type and the size of the substrate, the groundwater input, because that's very important in different areas. We combine this work with hydrogeological survey of the area. I will not talk much in detail for a question of time, but I can give you the reference if somebody is interested. Then the topography is also very important. And finally, the lake level changes. You remember that I showed in the satellite images that there had been major changes in the water level. We have dated this, and here in this diagram you see the elevation of the lake, of the shorelines, and notice that the scale has been cut here to make it easy to see. This is the water level in 2011. And you see that in all the places of relatively higher water level, we have a strong avalanche. Why? Most probably because the chemistry was very similar to the one that we have in the river today, where we have the living microbials. So then, what we concluding here is we look in detail, look at how the kind of structure that we have, although they are different in size and in the macro shape, when you look at the microscope, they all have the same structure. They have this, and that's something that surprised us very much. They have this shrub texture, or they are laminated in some cases, as you see here. And we see that in the mesofabric, the environmental influence is also very important. One thing that is also, for those interested in geochemistry, is that we measure the isotopic composition of all these different types, and they all have the same isotopic composition. That it also goes together with the fact that they have the same texture and structure. So, unfortunately, I don't know if you can see very well these images, but these are thin sections where I'm afraid you have to believe me, but here, for instance, in the thin section, you see very nicely, I can show you eventually later the pictures where you see very, very well the filaments of the cyanobacteria. So this is showing that what we saw in the living microbial communities, we see it in the fossil one. They are preserved. You see very nicely how these filaments go up, like sort of searching for the light to do the photosynthesis. So then, in this part of the talk, we conclude that the controls on the growth and the morphology are mostly associated at these different factors that rule the macromorphologies, the type and size of substrate, the groundwater input, the topography, and the lake level changes. While the meso and microfabric are mostly ruled by the biological factors, like the activity of these microbes. So if you remember the diagram that I showed at the beginning, it means that what Bob Ginsburg suggested at the time, it was correct, because then this is exactly what we are seeing in this example. But then we will move to the other lake that is in the Laguna de los Cisnes, that is in the Chilean side of the island of Tierra del Fuego here, and this, and I hope it will be shown. This is, because I have a video that I don't know if it will work here, but you see in this area that is very close to the Magellan Strait, what you see is that there are several lakes We analyze all of them, but there is only one that you see already that have a different color that has microbialites. This is called Lagunilocines. And this is a video where this was in summer, believe it or not. It's very windy, this area of the southern Pacific is extremely strong. The westerly is always coming from the Pacific. And what is nice in this lake is that you have these fossils here, but the living one there too, like in the same. It's really spectacular. You see also that there are different shorelines, particularly two main shorelines that we mapped. And we have a shoreline that is at 7 meters, and another one that is at 7 meters, it would be today, and then another one at 11, and another one at 13 meters. And these lines show the places where you have microbialites. So you see that there is a very important, a large amount of these microbialites. And one thing that is also very interesting is that we identified 3 different types of microbialites that I will show in the next slide. But here the colors, show the distribution of these different types of microbialites that I described in this diagram. We have what we call spherical, elongate, crater-like, and columnar. The columns can be as high as 7 meters. The tallest one that we identified were 7 meters. And again, it's a pity that we don't see, this is a photograph of the surface of the lake, where you see the movement of the water associated to these westerly winds. That is exactly the same distribution that you see here in the position of the living microbialites. And if you compare that with the winds in February 2020, when we did the study, you see that the wind is always going in this direction, in the same direction. It's very regular, always goes, it can get 180 kilometers an hour. It's something common in this area. And what they, this is this alignment then of the wrinkles, we call it wrinkles and through type microbialites here, are exactly the same that we see in the surface of the lake with the movement of the water. So here is the model that we suggest that produce or trigger the formation of microbialite. That is the what we call the what is called the Langmuir circulation that has been identified in many other environments. Basically, what happened is that this is the direction of the wind, and we have in this area erosion, and this erosion will deposit on the side the sediments that are actually immediately colonized by microbes. And they colonize at a speed that is incredible. We could see it in the film. And they liquefy that, and they start growing. They create a surface, and they start growing the microbialites on top of that. And this is what we see. Look, this is actually the one that dominates is an algae that is called Percusaria percusa that you see here in the microscope. But what it does, it creates these this is a sort of EPS that is kind of like a chewing gum when you see in the field. That if you look in the microscope, it's just full of these percussaria percussa, and they precipitate carbonate, low magnesium carbonate. And based on here, you see exactly how rapidly they precipitate. Because one thing that is really incredible is that all these structures are empty inside. You know, when we saw it at the beginning, we thought that they were quite compact and massive, but they are not. They are really empty inside, you know, because they grow. I will show you in a few minutes the model that we think that is producing these. Basically, you have at the stage one where they sort of colonize and the sediments, and then probably due to the photosynthesis that produce a lot of, you see in the field the bubbles that produce that, is like sort of inflating a chewing gum, you know? It just goes like that, and since it precipitates very rapidly, they form this structure that sometimes it remains like that and start to be thicker and more consolidated, but sometimes it's just break up and then you have these crater-like structures. So this is one thing that is important when you study this kind of outcrops is that you have to be open to use different techniques. And I will show you a new technique, but it's not new anymore, but there are not many places where you get what they call the ChemScan that combine analytical results of XRD with physical and textual data with an SEM all together in the same instrument, and then you can put your thin sections and you can analyze exactly the mineralogy and the distribution of this mineralogy in your sample. And we did that we did a cut, the thin section that is cutting one of the walls of this Annamalai, and you see this is AB, and what you see is that there is, in both sides, you have monohydrocalcite at the beginning, and then in the center, you go to high magnesium calcite and almost dolomite. And I say almost because you might be aware that dolomite at low temperature is very difficult to precipitate very well organized dolomite. But probably this is associated, this precipitation, to the algae that originated. But you see that there is a variation in the mineralogy that we can now determine looking at in detail to the mineralogy with this kind of instrument. And we also use a gene that is called the 16S RNA, that it also gives you information about the living organism. And what we, for our surprise, we saw that there is not really much cyanobacteria. There is cyanobacteria, but not as much as we expect. What dominates is this percussa, this algae that I mentioned before. So with this study, what we were trying to, and this is ongoing because we have a lot more data that we are analyzing at the moment, but I just show this diagram that I showed at the beginning, that the idea is try to see if we determine the mineral in detail, whether we can go back to, in this case that we know which organism is precipitating, whether we can develop a model that eventually we can apply to another places. That's the idea. So what we conclude from this work is that actually, contrary to the example that I showed you before, here the biological influence go from the beginning to the end, because you really need this biology to fix the sediments and start precipitating and forming the microbial. So then, instead of this model of energy and accommodation space that is very important to determine whether you will have a tall morphology or an elongated one, the starting shape is always the same, and it has to do with the development of this algae that precipitate the carbonate. So we think that more representative for this case, it would be a diagram like this one, in which you see that in green you see the major biological influence, that it goes really all along the development of the structure, but then they will become more elongated or taller depending on of the relief or, in other words, of the environmental influence. But the one that is really important here, we believe, is the biological influence. So the take-home message, it would be, for me, the message that I would like to pass is that we need to amalgamate microbial, geochemical, and sedimentological investigation that will produce a clearer picture of the different processes in biomineralization. And also that modern lakes provide ideas size to study this, because it's a lot easy to go to a lake relatively, because in Patagonia it's quite difficult to go to, but it's certainly easier than in the ocean to study this kind of process. And this is very important because remember that at the beginning of the talk, in the title of the talk, I said that maybe studying these processes of biomineralization can be important to look for life in other planets. And why is that? In this selfie of the Perseverance rover, we can see that the data that have produced, NASA had proposed a lake, sort of like this one, a crater lake, where we would have, eventually, we have had photographs already or images, not photographs, images of different evaporites and different structures that might be carbonate. And then what the Perseverance is doing now, this is the place where it landed, is moving to all this area that it would correspond to a shoreline zone where they expect to find eventually signs of microbial life like the one that I have shown you before. And just to be a little bit provocative, this is a comparison of some of the structures that we have seen in Laguna de los Cisnes, this spherical morphotype, and this flared morphotype that you see here. And this is some of the images of the Gale crater in Mars that were produced. And you see that they are comparable. But you also know, I think as geologists, we know that the shape and the form can be produced from very different things. So that's why what they are doing now is to developing a tailored data combination a combination of strategies that will look at the mineralogy together with the structures. And for that, they are using these Raman spectroscopy to determine, for instance, the content of magnesium, calcium, iron, silicium, etc., to sort of reconstruct the best possible the mineralogy. And we are doing the same in the stromatolites and microbialites in Patagonia to compare with these and see if we obtain similar things, because it's very important then to compare in detail the structure and the geochemistry of these buildups. So I think that the way ahead, we talked at the beginning of the Congress today, I think that there is a lot that sedimentology can provide a lot of things. And particularly, I think that it's very important to have interdisciplinary studies where we mix microbiology and geology. I always say we shouldn't be scared as geologists to talk to microbiologists and learn their jargon too, because we need to understand what they do, and we need to explain them what we want and why we want that. Is quite a lot of work sometimes, but it's worth, I think, because we can learn a lot each other. And we combine in situ with experimental studies in the laboratory. That is also very important. And we can apply techniques that are well established, but we also should try to go for new technologies and look at different things, new techniques, and keep searching for extreme environments, because in all extreme environments, I forgot to say that, for instance, in these Patagonian lakes, they are frozen in winter. And it's kind of like the microbes live the whole winter, but then when it's a little bit better, the temperatures, they start working again and they keep precipitating. So they are everywhere. And I think that they provide unique sites to compare for astrobiological research. Indeed, NASA is funding quite a lot of this work. And if you are interested, if I managed to interest you on this subject, we have published several papers that are in open access. And if you cannot get them, I will be happy to send me an email and I could send a copy of these papers. And before finishing, I would like to say that this work is not only my work, but it's a team effort from different students and postdocs and colleagues from Argentina, from Chile, and from Switzerland. And all of them have done thesis or master, PhD or master thesis dealing with the different aspects that I showed you before. Also, before finishing, I would like to have a word about somebody that was very important developing this kind of study, that was Judy Mackenzie, that she passed away suddenly a few months ago. But she was a fan of microbial. This picture is of her in Qatar last February, working with some microbialites, living microbialites, similar to the one that I show you in Patagonia. And this is another aspect that Judy liked very much, that is the summer school from the International Association of Sedimentology. She actually co-funded this because she was convinced that going to the field, this is in Neuquén in Argentina in 2019, with a group of students working in this summer school that was a week long. And if you are attending either, Judy was also president of the International Association of Sedimentology, and if you are attending either EGU in Vienna or the IAS meeting in Aberdeen, we will have different sessions to celebrate her scientific legacy. And with this, I would like to finish. But of course, you know, this is all very nice, but if you don't have money, you cannot do anything. So I have to thank the different funding agencies, particularly the Swiss National Science Foundation, the University of Geneva, and the ETH Zurich, as well as some other funding agencies in Argentina and some private organizations. And for this particular talk, I like to thank the IAS, both IAS, the Indian and the international one, and of course the university here for inviting us. And I thank you all for your attention. I hope you have been entirely. Thank you.
Now, a few minutes is allowed for interaction.
Yes, there is a question.
Sir, thank you for educating me. I just want to know that this DNA structure, you have told, you have shown that.
Just repeat, please repeat.
Actually, the rRNA that you have 165, is it the same RNA structure is present in all those algae, or it is symbiotic, or it is just consuming the algae, or it is causing the precipitation of calcium carbonate?
Very good question, because it's a big discussion whether the precipitation is mediated or produced by in the environment. That's what you're asking.
Yes.
Well, in the case of the Chilean lake, the last one that I showed, I didn't show those diagrams, but when you look at the picture, when you look at the algae, you see inside the algae the carbonate precipitated. So it's inside. It's precipitated inside. In the other one, is more mediated, because what happens is that when the organism produces photosynthesis, they can change the microenvironment, and they change the pH, for instance, they increase the pH and they precipitate. It's a little bit complex because there are some intermediate phases. Do you remember that in the first lake I mentioned in the ACM images that there were diatoms that were dissolved. So what happened is that these dissolved diatoms by this EPS, they form first a mineral rich in magnesium and silica. And then the silica is lost and replaced by calcium, and they start precipitating the low magnesium calcite. So it's quite a complex system, but it's possible to follow it in this living microorganism. Did I answer the question?
Another thing, that is the structure of rRNA, that is similar for all the morphological part, that is flat and columnar, etc.
Yes, yes, they have, you mean the shrub structure and the parallel one?
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. Yes, they have, for instance, surprisingly, the same isotopic composition. It seems that they are produced maybe under different conditions. Maybe some people claim that could be summer, winter, or that could be seasonal. That they have the different texture, but we cannot show that so far.
The structures are similar more or less, or different?
Sorry?
That is DNA structure of all those algae are same or different? That is responsible for precipitation of calcium carbonate.
Oh, they are quite similar.
Quite
in
similar.
the case, quite similar. Yeah, when you look in detail. Yeah, very similar.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
just have one query. You showed one thin section photograph from Chile, and then the mineralogical variation across the AB section. And there, the thin section shows the central part is more dolomitic. Yeah. So my question is, are those dolomite the present day precipitation, direct precipitation, or something?
I wish I could answer. It's a very good question too, because as you know, there is a lot of discussion about whether, I mean, until now we couldn't precipitate low magnesium or dolomite under low temperature.
Dolomite, direct precipitation is quite
yeah, well, it's a thing. The only model that exists is the one in Brazil, from Lagoa Vermelha, where they precipitate, they have shown that they precipitate early dolomite with here we have the doubt so far, because it looks like maybe it's more early diagenesis. You know, because if you see the profile, you have monohydrocalcite outside, and in the center is dolomite. So it appears that maybe they are changing, you know, by early diagenesis. But I'm not sure yet. And recently we organized a meeting in Switzerland about microbial lights, and there were some people presenting work on some lakes in Mexico where they also have these monohydrocalcite. So yeah, there is a lot of work for young people to continue that.
Another question is, when you were showing the fossilized microbialites from these two lakes, how the age is determined, like age for the fossilized ones?
Well, the age is what we would call a headache, because you know it's carbonate, and if we use C14 first, but the problem with C14 is that in systems like this, you can produce or remobilize old carbonate and old carbon, and then your ages will be older than what they actually are. So what we do is we use uranium thorium, because uranium thorium gives you more precise data. And the data that I show you for the Maquinchao Basin, they are uranium thorium. While in Paraguay, in the Chilean lake, we did C14, and we are not very happy with the data because
Yes, sir. My name is Yamini Malhotra. I am from Annamalai University. First of all, thank you for the beautiful lecture. It was like a live movie was going on. So I really enjoyed it. And sir, my question is, like in Earth, we are having the rain in form of water. But in Mars, we are having like methane or some other, but not of water. So suppose if we are assuming that there was a shore or some lake over Mars. So if some bacteria is forming over there and we are comparing it with Mars, so how can we so sure that the microbial life there on Mars will be as similar as we are compared to Earth?
Excellent. Yeah, you are right. I fully agree with you. It's impossible, but it's impossible to be sure. And the reason why I show at the beginning the image of the biological phenotype, mineralogical phenotype, and afterwards I show one of false biotic, because they were done in the laboratory and they're completely sterilized situation, and they look like they be biological, and they are not. We know that they are not. So the reason why we are doing this study is that to warn people, particularly in NASA, that tend to, because it's very spectacular to say that, oh, these structures are biological or not. Well, we have to be very careful for the reason that you mentioned, because the same structure can be produced for something different, look really alike, and maybe they are not at all things. That's why we need to combine that with the geochemistry and with all the data. And then the rest, it will always remain kind of like a possibility.
So one last thing, have you found any like microbial thing related to COVID-19 there on Mars? Any like crater there or some mountain? Because here the microbial, the virus for COVID over Earth, it is, we know the process and all the microbes.
Yeah.
But if I want to compare it with Mars, how can I do that?
Well, this is the main problem. That there are two schools, let's say. Some people that will say that we can still compare, and some others that say no, you cannot do anything. And I think that maybe the thing is in the middle. We should gather a large data set and then try. People are using artificial intelligence to sort of put all that data together and see whether you can arrive to a conclusion. But of course, the question that will be always open is what you mentioned at the beginning. What if the conditions were completely different and in March we don't know. So we just have to keep, you know, there is the Robert is taking little cores of 10 centimeters. Of course, they will be back when many of us, well, I'm retired already, but many of you will be retired too. So it will take a long time, but we have to be patient.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, this is thank you, Professor Daniel, for your excellent presentation on the new topic on geomicrobiology, which is very much limited among the younger generations. As you said, the interaction between the biologists, especially microbiologists, and the geologists is very limited. He has shown the way and he has shown how it is important, how it is prospering. I think it is of the opinion the younger generation, as he said, to take the lead role in that branch of science. On behalf of the Indian Association of Sedimentologists, and very particularly on behalf of the Department of Earth Sciences, Annamalai University, I once again thank you for your presentation and coming over here for the benefits of the students. I also thank the International Association of Sedimentologists for sponsoring you to give this valuable information to the younger generation. Thank you very much. Break for the lunch, and we will be back in another 30 minutes here. Already we are running short of the time. Lunch is arranged in the adjacent block. So I request everyone to go up and take only 30 minutes and come back here.
back to me.